Do we have audio? Can you guys hear me? I can't see the audio bar anymore. One sec, I'm just sort of finishing my setup here. Ugh. I haven't even taken out the terrarium that I'm going to be working on. Good morning! Happy Thursday, everybody. Good morning. Can you let me know if you can hear me? I can't see the audio anymore, so I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, you let me know. If you can't, you let me know. So I've picked the terrarium that I want to use because the animal that we're going to hopefully be birthing here is a tree lizard. And since it's a tree lizard, I want to make him a little tree house, basically. Oh, good, you can hear me. Good morning. Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, B. Good morning, Salem. And good morning, T. Hi, Carolina. Nice to see you. So this morning I started looking at my plants. I moved all my cacti to like one area, and I thought, I think I want to make a special little home for our baby. We have a baby coming. Well, I mean, I hope the baby's coming. Let's see if we can see together, actually. I'll come up to the camera first with my little baby, who is very small, just a tiny little eggy. And I'm not going to look at the camera because I don't want to accidentally drop it. But what I'll do is I'll look right into the light, Laura. See if you can see. If you can see any, hold on. Nope. I'm trying to make it so that you're not getting blinded by the light. Hold on a sec. We can do this together. No, don't blind the people. No. Unfortunately, it won't show up on the camera. But this baby has grown. Now I can see the outline shape of a little lizard in here, and the baby moves around. So I know that there is a living little creature in here who is currently just waiting to be put into a terrarium right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep him way out of the way so that I don't risk knocking him over. But this is the terrarium I want to use for it. It's going to be hopefully, should that baby hatch, it's going to be a brown or a green anole. For those of you who are new here, first of all, hi, I'm Laura. Normally I do live streams on Wednesdays and I put out a video on Tuesdays. That changes fairly regularly, including right now when I feel the need to take this terrarium, pull everything out of it that's in there, and then replant it with the baby lizard in mind. Sorry, I'm trying to make it so that I don't have to bend forward to talk to you. There. That'll do it. Okay, so first I've got to unload the terrarium as is. It's full, and I'm sure it's fine for a lizard, but I want to rebuild because that's more fun. I've got lots of little pieces of grape wood that have dried out, so that'll be a nice thing for climbing. I've got lots of dried out mosses. That'll be good in there too, but not right now. First we have to empty it, then we have to rebuild. My childhood in Florida. Oh, good morning, Lori. And Joanne is here as well. Good morning. Good morning, Brittany. Green anoles, my childhood in Florida. Well, for those of you who didn't already know this, this is from Florida. I got a Monstera deliciosa for $19.99 when it was Mum Mania at my local garden center. They were selling all their mums off, so for some reason they included Monsteras, which are not mums, but whatever. They included Monsteras in their sale, so it was $20 for a huge Monstera deliciosa, like a 12-inch pot, which is really, at this time of like the plant craze, it's a really good deal. So anyway, I bought a Monstera, and I guess it wasn't fumigated, is what the people at the garden center said when I called them and was like, I found an egg. They said it hadn't been fumigated or UV treated. So that's doing really well in there. This is a asparagus fern that's been growing really happily. Anyway, it hadn't been treated when it crossed the border. Things that come in from the States that are plants, if they're coming in dirt, not bare roots, they need to be treated so that we don't bring in any pests from the States. It wasn't done, obviously, and the pest that it brought was, for me, a great thing because I love animals. So it wasn't a bug or anything scary. It was rather a nice little lizard. So hopefully that baby hatches. Alex already said I can keep him. Like, honestly, was he gonna say no though? So I just have to make him a little home so that when he comes out of that shell, he's got somewhere that feels like Florida. So we have to do a lot of things that are high humidity. I want to do climbing plants because I think, hold on. That lizard must be having a hard time understanding that cell phone light. I had an anole named Cicero when I was little. Oh, Cicero, what a cute name. Hey, Becca, good morning. Yeah, probably does not appreciate the light. However, I looked online and it is very unlikely to cause any issue. Even though they would be buried in the ground for, what was it? 4 to 6 weeks is how long it should take for that baby to hatch out. I don't know how far along it was. Oh God, also, for those of you who know I have chickens already, real drama happened yesterday. I made breakfast wraps for dinner. So I did like pea meal bacon, which we call back bacon in Canada, pea meal bacon, hot peppers, regular bell peppers, hash browns, my mom's homemade salsa, and eggs from the garden. And I wrapped it up in naan bread wraps. One of the eggs had been fertilized. That hasn't happened yet, which means now it's an actual emergency to get rid of our rooster, because I didn't think he was actually like performing when he was attacking my female hens. All hens are female, Laura. When he was attacking my hens, I assumed he was like just being an idiot. Nope, he's fully like consummating their relationship, because I cracked an egg open and it had a whole big old blood vessel in it, which was very trauma. I called Alex and was like, come look at this. And he full out was like, no, I don't want to do that. So, yeah, we really have to get rid of our rooster. I have so many. I don't use terrariums for most like keeping a plant alive. It's more for propagating. So I have a lot of small plants, cuttings, things like that in here. Let me see. Bethany wanted to know if you had a corpse flower. I told her that I bet you don't. I do not have a corpse flower. I feel like you'd know if you had a corpse flower too, right? Like, aren't they stinky? Also, I don't think you can just get one. I know the Royal Botanical Gardens in Hamilton has one, and last year it bloomed for the first time in a million years, or however often they bloom. I have these, look at these tiny little cuttings. These are philodendron micans, which is like fancy. They're my fancy plants. I've been trading plants on Facebook now, which is like so dangerous. If you're getting into plants, like, whew, I want to say I don't recommend you start trading on Facebook, but I really do, because you get so many new plants so fast, and people think that your plants are fancy and you don't care about, you know what I mean? Like, I had, like, this is a Monstera deliciosa, it's a very small baby, but people are selling these on Facebook for $15, and I just ripped my Monstera apart, like, to trade. I don't want to sell them, I want to trade them, because if people think they're worth $15, I paid $20 for that huge plant. My huge plant had 21 small plants in it, and I kind of felt like the system worked in my favor, because everybody wants a Monstera deliciosa. I bought one on sale, so I traded a bunch of cuttings, which people consider to be a high value cutting right now, which is silly, because they do grow so fast. Once you get one, you really like, you're like, oh, I can't believe I paid a lot of money for this. So I am glad that I didn't buy any, like, for a lot of money back when I originally became interested in them. Okay, I think we're empty now. This terrarium, by the way, is perfectly set up. It has gravel at the bottom, a layer of sand, gravel, charcoal, sand, dirt, and then this like mulchy mix, which is basically like all of my old stuff. Also, I rarely get up before noon anymore. Woo, student life. Yeah, I'm like the opposite. As soon as student life ended, I was like, early morning or early riser. Also, somebody said this their first time. Oh, it's Vicky. My first time catching a live because I'm on the West Coast, so it's way too early for you then. I work night shift, so I'm never awake. I'm not gonna lie, I'm wearing this because my wrist is pretty sore. Does anyone know how you wash these? Is it just hand wash? Because I've already gotten dirt all over it. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I want to do like I want to do this with the dirt so that we've got different heights, but I need a little bit more dirt, I think. I also have, I don't know if you can see in the foreground here, I've got a terrarium here, a terrarium here, and a terrarium here, and here, and here, oh, and here. Oh, I have quite a few now, don't I? I have one back there that I'm not going to bother with because it's got cuttings in it. But I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll take some of the baby plants out of my other terrariums to decorate this one. Like, for example, this plant over here, this terrarium, I haven't touched it in months and months, but it's like, it's got these beautiful, healthy maidenhair ferns in it, which makes me so happy. Because I can't keep ferns alive. I said that yesterday. Ferns die in my care, except in the case that they're in a terrarium. Look how happy and healthy and green that fern is. Speaking of which, I'm going to grab some of my new ferns because I think that would be a nice little thing to add. I have this little fern I got yesterday. I think that'll look nice in there. So I don't know how we're gonna decide what goes in here, but I think that I'll show you some stuff and be like, do you think this should go in? And if you're like, no, then I won't do it. But I also think that winter's about to come, and I have this begonia fedor that I showed you guys yesterday. I care about it a lot. I think I'm gonna put it in the terrarium because I think that it will do better with the high humidity and not being bothered moving around, because I move things around all the time. Let me see. Hand wash. I think you can do the washer on gentle and air dry. Good call. I think so. Yeah, I haven't been on a live in ages. They're in the middle of the day for me, and I always have stuff on. You know what, B? I was thinking about you yesterday because... Hold on a sec. No, that's Alejandro. I was repotting plants, and I found your plant pot, and I don't know what used to be in it. We had a plant named after you, B, remember? And I saw the plant pot yesterday and I was smiling, being like, I don't even think this is the original pot like the original plant that was in it, and I don't remember what pot had Be Lazy written on it. But I saw it yesterday when I was moving stuff around, because I move my plants around like way too often, you guys. Like, honestly, it's like, oh, I also have this. This is an exciting plant that only nobody will care about, honestly. This plant, 2 years ago, Alex and I went to the Dominican Republic with his family. They took us on a trip because we were both in like mental health crisis, essentially. And they were like, let's go on a vacation so that you guys don't die. And we were like, great idea. So we went with them, which was amazing. But when we were there was this amazing iris. I feel like it was an iris. I don't think it was a daylily. They both grow the same to me, so I can't tell. But anyway, I took home some seeds. Don't do that. That's not actually allowed, but I totally did. Got them through security. They don't care, right? I'm not going to jail or anything. Anyway, I took some seeds home from this one plant a couple of years ago. I kept them for 6 months, and then I planted them. And both of them somehow sprouted. I planted 2 seeds and both seeds sprouted, and this is now 2 years old, or a year and a half old. And look, it's like a legit little daylily, or maybe one of you guys can tell me. It's either a daylily or an iris, but I don't want to dig it up too aggressively. I think, actually, you know what? I think it's a daylily. No, I think it's an iris. Okay, I'll just do this, because I'm thinking of putting it in the terrarium anyway, because it's from the Dominican, right? So that means it's probably going to enjoy living in there, the terrarium lifestyle. I haven't watered this in a really long time. This poor plant. Come on. I'm trying to show everybody your roots. It's a little shy. Doesn't want everybody to see his roots. Come on. I just don't want to rip them either. So this is what the root ball is like. It's like an onion, and then it's got some nice legs. She's thick, nice and watered legs, but it's like an onion. But I know it's this beautiful plant because I took the seeds off of the beautiful plant. And this plant, it kind of resembled an orchid. Bird of Paradise is doing great, Sarah. Here's my Bird of Paradise. I replanted her last week into the plant pot that was previously used for my philodendron Hope, but now I'm showing you the stems. We haven't had a new leaf in a while, but the last new leaf happened inside, so there are no breaks on it. You can see she was outside in the summer, so these leaves got wind damage. This one has grown up inside, so she's beautiful, so healthy. No new leaf coming yet, but she can take her time. It's winter now. Okay, you go sit back over here, baby. It's a heavy pot. Anyway, she is thick, and I'm proud of her. Oh, I actually have some rocks too. I think rocks will be a nice thing. Anybody here from Florida? What's Florida like? Just kidding, but like for real, what should I do? Okay, so I also figure I'll put in some fun plants. Like I had my wide form and my narrow form Addisonii. Addisonii. There's lots of I's in the word. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Should we do hardscaping first? Probably. What do I want to do though, you guys? Oh, I know there's another thing I wanted to put in from my recent babies. And this is one. BRB, don't mind me. And this is another. Oh, also, Candace gave me this plant a while ago when she visited me. And I'm sorry, Candace, I pretty much killed it. It's not dead, but it's not happy. So I think a terrarium lifestyle might be better for it. God, I love terrariuming. Normally I'm in my plant room and I have all of my terrariums like lined up. I empty all of them and then I replant all of them because I'm like, you know. Anyway, this is the plant, the polka dot plant Candace gave me, and this is what's left of her. She's not dead, but she doesn't like me. So I think a terrarium will be a good idea. Okay, let's get started on the actual build. How about that? Wow, that plant is huge. Right? Isn't she beautiful? Hot and humid. I haven't lived there, but I've visited. I've visited too. I just feel like some tricolor thing, but I can't remember what it was called. Hold on. Haven't been on in 11 ages. Yeah, okay. And Laura wandering in her natural habitat surrounded by plants. Okay, I have a couple of tricolored things. I have a tricolored Hoya, I have a tricolored Tradescantia, and I have a tricolored peperomia. I just pulled the tricolored peperomia out and set it down, so it's gone forever. Okay, so I think I'm gonna just take this off. I don't have like a good range of motion with it on, which is the whole point of having it on. But I think we should do some different heights. So I think maybe we could do, I have this thing I did in another terrarium that worked really well. I used a rock and then put it like up. What? This is not a rock? It just broke. What? This is clay. Okay, well I've got some clay. That's good. Oh, there's the tricolored peperomia. Ta-da, all three colors. It's not rooted yet. I just cut it off of my mother plant, which is also very sad. Here's my mother plant. Excuse the fact that this is just scattered. If it's not your thing, you don't have to watch. Like, I won't feel offended. I'm doing this anyway. I just figured we could hang out while I do it because I'm going to be doing it anyway. It's going to take me a little bit of time. Might as well chit chat. Okay, I also have a whole bunch of mosses that I'm going to transplant from different terrariums. Like I have this liverwort. I called it lungwort when I had my last stream where I talked about it, but it's liverwort. Okay, so I'm going to take some Rockies and I'm going to push them up against this mound of dirt, and that'll hold the dirt in place, I hope. And then I'll just do that a couple of times, and that'll give me two completely different heights. Sorry, liverwort, you just keep getting buried. The ground is a lot of clay and sand, not much rock. Oh, okay, well, it's mostly going to be plants, so there. And oh, well, actually, I can dig down a little bit to where the like filter part is, where it's mostly just rocks and sand. Okay, and that'll give us a nice low zone. I might actually even put a little water dish in there now so that I don't have to deal with that when the baby comes. I'm calling this animal the baby, so just pray for me, because somebody's got baby fever. I cried last night looking at baby videos. Like, I'm ready. I'm not ready. Okay, so I've got this little, it's not an aquarium, it's just a glass sphere. It's got moss in the bottom, and it's got duckweed on top, and I think I'll just put that, maybe I'll put that into this corner, facing that way, so that the baby can get in. I'll have to put a rock in there so that he doesn't die, because that's not the plan. And here's a good idea I have a good idea. Are you ready for it? Okay, here's the good idea. I have my asparagus fern, which has to live in this terrarium because it's very tall. It's my tallest terrarium. What I'm gonna do is, behind the water feature, I think I'll put the fern. And that way, the fern will kind of like shade it. I think you can get flightless fruit flids from the pet shop to keep them out of your kitchen. Hold on. Do anoles eat fruit flies? Man, if they eat fruit flies, they'll eat fungus gnats, and I won't even need to feed this thing. I will feed it, don't worry, but, ooh, I redid the chicken coop yesterday too, friends. I went out into the backyard. I went to the depot thing I was telling you about, and I bought some tiles. I bought 80 tiles because in my head I was like, the coop is 11 feet by 10 feet. So that means it should need 110 tiles because 11 by 10. Math. So I bought 80 because I knew I already had a whole bunch of like paving stones, and I figured I would do the edging of that garden in paving stones, or of that coop in paving stones, and then the tile I would do the whole middle section of the coop in. So I bought 80. I only used like 40 and covered the whole inside. So I measured again. So I think the tiles aren't 1 foot by 1 foot. That's basically what's happening. Okay, so there's I'm sorry, you guys can't really even see what I'm doing. Oh, that's better. That's a little better. Okay, so I put the fern here, a little water thing. Will they die? Will this thing climb into that and die? I don't know if that's a good idea then. I don't want to kill it. That's not my intention. Do I have anything shallow? In the shallow. I know I have a shallow dish around here. Hold on a sec, everybody. This is not a planned stream. Okay, I have a shallower dish. For those of you who have owned lizards, I have owned lizards, but there's that big round globy thing, or there's this. And I could put this in that spot and then fill the dirt all the way up to the end so it's like a teeny little pond. Maybe I'll do that, but now I have to get my fancy strings of turtles out of here, and they just got planted. They're not going to be happy about it. It's fine. Just breathe, little plants. You're going to be okay. Okay, yeah, I think that's a better idea. Good idea, Laura. Okay, I'll put some rocks in the bottom. Only pretty ones, and ones that aren't specifically colorful, because that means they could leach out whatever mineral is coloring them. Cool. I think that'll do. Yeah, I think that'll be safer. I don't want to kill my baby lizard. Like, imagine finding like a floating baby lizard. Let me see. Your apron is too cute. They survive in the wild with puddles and such. Right? Yeah, they survive in the wild. And this thing is surviving. It got here from Florida in a refrigerated van. Like, this thing is obviously pretty tough. It's all right, though. We'll give him a shallower dish so that I don't worry about accidentally murdering my new pet. There we go. You just sit yourself right in there. We'll pack the dirt right up to the edge so he's got a nice edge. And then I'll put a stick in there towards the end. Okay, this other plant that I picked up when I was at the garden center, it's a Ficus pumila variegata. Wow. I am a plant YouTuber. these are my fancy plants. I'm not gonna lie, I was getting ready to get started on my terrarium build, and then Harley G, the plant YouTube lady, she did a live on her unboxing plants, and I was like, I'm gonna do it live, and then I can hang out with my friends and show them my new plants. Anyway, let me see. Check out Snake Discovery channel. She runs a business teaching kids about reptiles. I've watched her before. Back when there was the whole drama of, it's not Snake Discovery, but it's like there's another channel that pretty much only shows snakes like eating and stuff like that, and it turned out to be like a creeps YouTube channel. It's not that channel, it's just, that's when I found that channel. And it's like a weird fetish for people to watch snakes eat. Not like a, ooh, that's interesting, like a weird fetish. And there was like this whole thing where the channel got shut down because they were like putting snakes against each other and then filming them eat each other. So they would put like a ball python that's small next to a cobra, and they'd watch the like they'd film the cobra eating the ball python. And it's like both of those are pets though, so it was weird. Anyway, okay, so that looks good. That's nice. This is gonna spill when I move it. More ferns, yeah? I think more ferns. Everybody likes ferns. I like ferns, I just can't keep them alive. We'll put one back here. Ferns are great corner plants. Just put a stone in the water dish. You got it. I got it. Hey, Nanami. Nice to see you this morning. I think the peperomia was me. It seems vaguely to ring a bell. I've got peperomia tricolor, peperomia obtusifolia, peperomia hope, peperomia... I'm a hoarder. Good morning, Dina. You come in right when I say I'm a hoarder. Hi, Dina. Welcome. Okay, I also have peace lilies. I separated them from the giant plant. Do you think a peace lily would do well in here? Here's the only downside. I can't have it be taller than the terrarium anymore. I used to just plant it and let it be like a big thing. But if I have it higher, I can't have a top on it, and I need a top because it's gonna be a lizard that can climb because it's a tree dweller. Okay, I think that I liked the Monstera deliciosa baby in there though. It's just, right now it's just like green leafiness. Oh, right, I need a tree first. I need something that's gonna be a tree. I also need the hardscape items. So I've got some branches. Maybe I'll put that branch right up against the water feature. Therefore, it will keep it safe from getting leaked on there. Plus, that's a nice little vibe, right? Oh, thanks about the apron. This was a gift. A lovely gift that I use. The only downside is I always use it when I'm doing dirt things, and it's white. I don't know why my brain doesn't go, pick one of the not white aprons you have. But it does. Okay, I've got this croton. I don't have the adult here, so I can't show you what it looks like, but this is a baby version of it. It's just a little speckly plant. It's cute. It'll be nice. I think my little lizard baby will like it. Okay, what else should we do for hardscape things? I brought all my cuttings over here so you could see them too, so we could pick. Any suggestions? I probably have the plant, so check. You're not a hoarder. I'm a plant hoarder, and a yarn hoarder, and a chicken hoarder, and a basic arts and crafts items hoarder. I used to be a makeup hoarder, but now I'm not so much. Morning would be nice. It's 3 p.m. for me already. Oh, really? Well, then you can pretend it's morning because you're here. Okay, this is gonna be a climber, so I think I'll plant one at the base of that tree, and then we'll have a little climbing vine. Oh, it'll be so cute. Okay, I think I have a green version of it too that's not variegated. Maybe I'll grab a little bit of that and put it on the other side of the, ooh, look at those healthy roots. That's a good vibe. I'm doing well, Dina. I'm just feeling like I wanted to redo my terrariums. So instead of redoing all of them, because I redid all of them like a couple of weeks ago. Like, I do it too often. You're supposed to let them sit and grow, but I have like major plant ADD, which is why I became a plant hoarder very quickly from having like no plants to having an entire farm of forestry, of tropical forestry. Anyway, there's another ficus. Ficus pumila, not variegata, regulata. I made that up, that's not true, don't repeat. Don't repeat any of the things that I say as fact, because most of them most likely are not facts. Some things probably are, but a lot of them probably are not. What's everybody else up to today? Today my plan, it's Thursday. I want to go grocery shopping, but I don't want to leave the house. So that. Oh, I also have my winter creeper, which is just, it doesn't want to grow. It just has no desire to live, which is fine. I don't get rid of it. I just keep replanting it, and it keeps not dying, but not thriving. So we'll just replant you. You just keep, you do your thing, little one. You keep trying. Oh, I also have a little baby of the arrowhead syngonium, blah blah chocolate something. So I think I'll plant that in here because I think that would be a nice little thing to cover up our baby with. What should we name our baby when she hatches or he hatches? It doesn't matter, it's a lizard. When it hatches, what are we going to name the baby? Not the name matters, the gender, sex. The genitals of this lizard are of no consequence to me. This is another adorable little plant I've had for quite some time. I believe I got it for $1 before they were cool, and now they're $6, which is a good vibe. I'm going to just put that in here to pretend that there's another tree for my little baby. Let's see. Day 1 of my election panic staycation. Ew, it's like a week for you guys until the world ends, or not. Or does. I don't know. If you're a Republican, are you still voting Republican during this election? I'm gonna get demonetized just for asking that. Cause like, don't. I'll get demonetized for saying that too. But that's neither here nor there. Just please. The rest of us in this world don't want to watch politics in the States anymore. Like, we just want it to go back, to some semblance of normal geopolitical stress. We don't need, like, the stress of the world almost ending. We already have this frickin' virus. We don't need the stress of the world ending. Okay, I have another orchid. Well, not another orchid. I have an orchid. It's from my sister's wedding 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that. Several years ago, my sister got married. There were orchids as her display, centerpieces. I took them home because they were just for centerpieces, and then we're going to be, what? Who knows? None of them are living, only this and one other, and they are not happy plants, but they won't die, so I'm not getting rid of them. I will keep them until they no longer create new growth. I also have this is called a golden, who knows? I don't bother with religion and politics. Good call. I don't know what this is called. Something. It's called something. Anyway, it's little, and I'm going to plant it in here because it's cute. Golden, I feel like it's called golden something. Golden something. Ooh, weaving, that's fun. Funny thing, I'm just making a pullover after one of your videos. Oh, that's awesome! That's so fun. Good, I'm glad. Which one? Which video? Okay, now it's begonia time, I think. We need to get this begonia. Oh, I'm so nervous for this begonia. I care about it a lot. I care about all of these plants a lot, and they don't care about me back. Begonias have very delicate roots. Politics are annoying, honestly. Too worried about COVID to care about voting. Please vote. Please vote, Sarah. Please don't. Please vote. Please, all of you vote. I don't care who you vote. Well, I do kind of care for you, who you vote for, but I'm not going to be like rude about it. But please vote. Even if you're tired, even if you hate both candidates, please vote. It's important. You are a democratic republic. You need the vote part for it to be the first part of that. You're just a republic without the voting. Please vote. Sweet American followers, regardless of who you love, regardless of who you hate, please cast your ballot. Oh, that just gave me anxiety. I don't care about any of the candidates in Canadian voting mostly, but I'll still vote because There's a bunch of important things like Black Lives Matter. That's just a fact. Like, racism is bad. And if you think that that is the case, you just vote. Just vote. Just vote. Hate your candidate. Vote for what you believe in. If they lose, feel sad about it, but don't be... I already voted. Okay, good. At least vote locally. Absolutely, Salem. At least vote locally. But just vote, guys. Please vote. Sweet baby Jesus. Do it for sweet baby Jesus. Sweet baby Jesus will be happy if you vote. Okay. Whew, just saying that over and over again made my heart palpitate. I'm not even American. And I'm going to put the tricolor back in, by the way. The tricolor peperomia. So B, if that is you. Wait, if that is you, that plant pot was not large, so is this you? No. I saw it yesterday, B, and it's making me wonder where it went now. Is this you? Anyway, we'll probably find it while we're here. Okay, begonia's planted. This weird little tree thing that I like is planted. We've got ficus, pumila variegata, and non-variegata planted. I have this grass. It's just a local grass that I pulled it out of my yard because I thought it was nice. And it has now been transplanted like 11 or 12 times. It's living a very happy grass life. Nobody's bothering it. I'm just going to pull off some of the dead leaves. Anyway, I'm going to replant this grass because I like it. Where will I put it? I think it's a good side plant. I like to give them as many, the plants, I like to give them shade from each other. Like, I like to use them to give them shade. Science. Oh, by the way, even though this, I've said too many things that are controversial already, but like the video because yesterday's video was demonetized and hasn't been remonetized, so that was a bummer. And I was like, first my dog dies, then I'm demonetized. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. But for real, it was demonetized and they didn't remonetize it, even though I was like, I didn't discuss anything drama. Okay, so this is this is actually Paulette, the Peperomia obtusifolia. Paulette started fading, so I had to take cuttings of her leaves so that we could not have the plant die off. So I'm going to put Paulette, the Peperomia obtusifolia, back in this terrarium because I think that's nice. Okay. In my head right now is a song from Hairspray, Good Morning Baltimore, every day's like an open door. That's what's in my head right now, so if you're from Baltimore, shout out. Okay, let's see. We should probably put some Tradescantia in there, the wandering dudes. Oh, I need another fern. I wanted to use this fern. Okay, so we got somebody doing some weaving. Dina, you still working on, are you gonna put the sticks? Oh, good idea, Salem. I already put the one log stick. The other one, it's a little bit big. Dina, are you still working on your trivets and towel buttonry? Let's get some of that off. This is grape wood from my parents' farm. They were getting ready to burn it, like a bunch of ridiculousness, and I was like, what are you doing? And they were like, burning wood. We are a farm. And I was like, you know people pay a lot of money for grape wood? And they were like, do you want the grape wood? And I was like, yep, I do. Alright, let's see if we can get you in here in a way that will allow a lid to go on when baby is born. Oh, right, we didn't name baby yet. What are we going to name him? It's like Tetris. Yes, on trivet. Towels are done. Well done. I want to do crafty things again. My wrists are really, they're not doing great, friends, I'm telling you. I've been well, not the most gentle to them, but I mean, I've been okay to them. I haven't been like explicitly rough to my wrists, and yet they really are not doing well. I slept with my brace on last night because it was not feeling great. It hurts, and I can't hold a lot of things. My things, my wrists. Okay, I think that, oh, sorry. Here, move out of the way so I can put it in here. There, and then you can grow through the middle, and then it'll feel like a real live Florida rainforest up in here. Does Florida have rainforests, or is it just swamps? Where are the rainforests at? Next to get started, pot holders, puppets, and washcloths. Dishcloths, pot holders are next on my hook. The rest are knitting. Fun. To brown on the branch, and hold on. My anole had a plastic branch that suction cupped beside his terrarium. He would move around and change to brown on the branch and back to green on the leaves. Really? Well, that's fun. Good reason to keep that branch in there then. I need another fern in there. Now we can put this fern. I think in this front corner here, we should put a little bit of this cute little fern. I'm making a big mess. I vacuumed yesterday after the stream, and you can't tell. The end. Okay. I don't have anywhere to make a mess right here. I'll just do it on the table. I'm almost done. Moss green felted wool wrap dress. Oh my god, that's a lot of words. Moss green is the color. A felted wool dress? That sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. I'm trying to imagine, like, I know what felted fabric can look like. That must be really pretty. That must have been a lot of work. Felted for a whole dress? When I watch those videos of people making like felted mice, anybody else watch those? Little felted mice or felted bunny rabbits? When I watch those, it takes quite a bit of time just to make a little mouse. Can't even imagine making a whole dress. I really apologize, little fern. I know you're like, why are you doing this? I was so happy. Well, little fern, because I need you to provide another service. The service you must provide is terrarium fern. I don't know what kind this is. It wasn't labeled. It was just a clearance fern. Not sure about rainforests or the other thing you mentioned. Plenty of ditches in the country. Good. Well, this is basically going to be like a nice warm ditch for our baby lizard. If this lizard doesn't hatch, I will let you know. It's like this terrarium will have to be redone again to make it home for cuttings. I like to put cuttings in my terrariums. Well, it's pre-felted. Oh, like you used wool felt and cut out the pattern of a dress? Okay. I don't know. Felted wool dresses sound really cool, especially that color. Anything in moss green. Honestly, just if you call something moss green, even if it's not moss green, I'm interested. Like, okay, so I think I should only use a tiny bit of this fern because it looks like it's going to grow pretty easily and get pretty tall. So we have a couple of options. Do we put a short one that has more short fronds or one that puts more long fronds? What do you think? So this one's got one really nice big strong looking frond. This one's mostly littler ones. But this one, look at how many are unraveling. So cute. You tell me which one. While you guys decide which one, I'm going to figure out the next plant we're going to put in. Oh, I have this little baby, this Peperomia Ruby Ripple. A little tiny baby. Why will you not focus anymore, webcam? Like, you have one job. Literally, you're only used for one thing. I'm going to put this Peperomia Ruby Ripple in here. I like planting all the tiniest plants up against the side of the terrarium because then as they grow roots, I can watch. What are you doing in here? You're not invited. Sorry, a potato bug. I don't know if that's what they're called everywhere, but that's what I call them. Okay, philodendron micans, I think I've got to give it a little bit more special treatment because it's not growing roots yet. It's commonly used on coats and, oh, okay, yep. that makes sense. Now I know what you're looking at. Like in my head, now I know what it is. Whatever, man. Okay. Ugh. Can you still see me? Okay. Let's see what we've got in this terrarium. I've got a lot of moss in here. We've got a baby peperomia. Oh no. My Christmas cactus. Oh, it didn't die. It just, half of it died. The other little piece rooted. You're never going to be able to see in that forest there. Mine liked a sunning rock under a heat lamp in a plant area where it was cool. Well, this one isn't gonna get that tea. This one's gonna get a rainforest. And also I'll put a heat mat, or I'll put a heat lamp, like a sideways heat lamp, so that there's like a heat area. I'm not too worried about the temperature for this guy. They're pretty hardy. I know that they appreciate extra heat, which I can give, but I don't think that I'm going to do like the whole setup like I would for a bearded dragon, because anoles are like forest creatures. They can handle more moist. They're not forest creatures. They're in forests though. They're like in damp places, so they don't need as much heat as like a bearded dragon. What do you call that fabric in Canadian? Wool! Just wool fabric. I wouldn't have called it, I would have just said wool. Like it's a wool coat. I guess if it had been like something more, I guess if I had to keep going into the thinking of it, maybe I would have said felted, but okay, so I'll put a heat lamp so that he can sit on the branch and stay warm. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Have we decided what swamps and hammock, which is a patch of land in the swamp, some sort of prairie, mostly forest. Good. Have we decided which fern we're gonna do? The littler one or the bigger one? I think I also want to put a cutting of my narrow form Monstera addisonii. So fancy. Do you hear me talking here with all these plant names? I know Latin. I'm going to put one of my long form Monstera addisonii. I have these. They're so well rooted though. I think I'm not going to use the ones that are so well rooted, because the terrarium is like the perfect scenario for these guys. So they will root, so I don't need to use the rooted ones. Those ones can be potted up. You can keep it 70 to 80 in there, should be fine. That's probably the general temp range. I figured 70 to 80 is like how I keep my home, isn't it? What do you keep your home temperature at? Mine's like 20 something Celsius. That should be good. I think that's in the 70s, 80s range. I'm not a doctor, so who's to say? But okay, what else do I have here that would be fun to put in? I have my pink begonia, but I'm honestly really like anxious about killing it, so I'm not going to move him. What's in this terrarium? Who's to say? One of my most favorite things to say right now is who's to say. You should add it into your vocabulary. When people ask, like, are you sure that that's a good idea? Just say, who's to say? It's my favorite. Okay, I already took a fern out of here. That means we're gonna have to redo a second terrarium today. Woohoo! I have this other peperomia ruby ripple, but I don't want to bother it because I care about it. How about a watermelon peperomia? I think I've got one of them around here somewhere. Are you sprouted? Are you well, friend? Oh, indeed! And you're putting up new leaves. I'm so proud of you. Okay, my watermelon peperomias have been giving me a lot of stress trying to die, and like I'm not having it. This is a watermelon peperomia. Check out all of the roots. I think I'll put one of them in here too. Where should you go? Where'd you go? I miss you so. Seems like it's been forever. Okay, come on, asparagus fern. GTFO. Excuse me. Excuse me, please. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. I'm trying to get this little guy's roots in there, please. Excuse me. Thank you. Pardon me. Excuse me. Oh my god! What are you doing? Okay. I just don't want it to touch the water, because then it will rot. But I do want it in the corner. like I'm setting myself up for failure here. Give me a sec. I can't make eye contact with you and plant a plant at the same time. I know you know what I mean. Jelly beans. Alright, you live here now. This is your new home. Don't fall into the water. Oh my god, I'm so excited for this baby lizard. He's gonna be so small when he comes out of that egg. He better frickin' hatch, honestly. I'm like invested in this lizard's survival. In this lizard's survival. I speak English really well. Oh my god, why won't you sit? What over here? Will you sit happily over here? This is good enough for you? We build you a terrarium. This is how you repay me! Okay, Laura, is that one of the IKEA greenhouses at the background being used as a terrarium? Heck yeah, it is! That is my, it's where I keep my marantas, my prayer plants. Holy moly, there's like 8 blue jays in my backyard right now, eating my chicken food. It's where I keep my prayer plants, because it's nice. I also keep a lot of other cuttings in there. Oh, there's another watermelon peperomia happily growing in there. Well, that's nice. And I have a coffee plant in there. I have a coffee plant out here that I pulled out that I thought, should I put that coffee plant into this terrarium? This one. It's not super happy, but it's green, so that's nice. I want one, but my daughter gave away their big fish tank. Hold on. This live is a treat for us. Oh, I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Dina. I'm glad you're here. It's nice to chat while we're doing things. How are you going to change out the substrate with all the real plants in there? Maybe put them in pots in the terrarium. Do I have to change out the substrate? This has springtails and red wrigglers, and potato bugs in it. Oh, and centipedes. There are significant numbers of centipedes in all of my plants and terrariums. So I feel like it should be fine. Guessing it works well then. Noted. Oh yeah, it works fine, but I also, like, I filled, it's not, you can't move it easily, unfortunately, because the bottom of those terrariums from IKEA is separate from the glass part. So I filled it with dirt. So if Alex goes to pick it up, it could be a problem because he won't know that it's not attached, you know? I would name your baby lizard after an obscure opera singer so your house guests think you're very cultured. I don't hate that, but I also am very cultured. I'm gonna have a kid named Wolfgang, so no, I'm not. Alex suggested that it was a good idea, and I think it's a good idea, but cultured, okay, opera singer, but I don't listen to opera. What else could I do to show that I'm cultured? I had lizards named Charles Herbert Mead after Charles Darwin and Margaret Mead, so I'm cultured. Look at me go with my... I have an anthropology degree and a sociology degree, so I named... what the fridge is that? Oh, that's the tree. Anyway, I named my bearded dragons after famous anthropologists, because we got the bearded dragons while I was still in school. And Margaret Mead is like one of those first year university, you learn in the humanities, you're gonna hear her name. Let me tell you, she got her entire thesis wrong. That's why we talk about her in anthropology. Because Margaret Mead went to the Pygmy tribes of Papua New Guinea, and her words, not mine, I don't know if they're called that anymore, the indigenous peoples of Papua New Guinea. She went to these tribes people and was telling them that she was writing about their ways, like the way that they live, and they like fully, excuse my language, I don't know how I'm going to word this, okay, it's not rude, they lied. They just fully lied. They like made up stories about how they like have sex with anyone that they want, and they just told her fun things that they thought she wanted to hear. And then anthropologists returned to these islands like years and years repeating afterwards, and they couldn't reproduce her findings because the people were literally just like shit talking. They were like just, they're human beings. Like people think that they're like some tribes people from far away, different from us, but they were just the same. They were being gossipy and silly, and they were mostly young girls who she was interviewing for her ethnography. So her ethnography, Papago Woman, no, that's not Margaret Mead. Her ethnography, shoot, I can't remember what it was called. I had to read it a million frickin' times, anthropology degrees. But her ethnography was like debunked multiple times. But she did a lot of other work, like her husband was an anthropologist, which is why she got to be an anthropologist. Back in the day, you couldn't do education if you were a woman unless your husband was also doing that, or your father, I suppose. Anyway, she's like a case study in, like, double check your work, double check that you are, like, not just spreading misinformation, LOL. She was being trolled, essentially. Margaret Mead was one of the first people in anthropology to be notably trolled by the tribespeople. Oh, totally, Brittany. They trolled her. Charlemagne, Napoleon. I don't hate Napoleon. I kind of was thinking that we could also do a dinosaur type name. Because, like, it's a dinosaur. I don't know what kind of dinosaur name would be a good one, but I don't hate Napoleon because it's going to be teeny tiny. Oh gosh, it's going to be so small when it's born, you guys. I honestly am worried I'll lose it. My mind, not the lizard. No, I could lose the lizard. It's very small. You saw how little the egg was. That thing is an itty bitty baby. Honestly, this begonia it's giving me anxiety just thinking about a lizard walking on it. I'm putting it in a special terrarium just for her. My gift begonia. I do have another terrarium right here full of that begonia that I'm trying to just propagate. I'll show you how tiny the little leaves on it are. Look, excuse my dirty hands. And then I have, well, that's annoying because it's round. See if I can tilt it without pouring everything out. So you can see there's one cutting. There's a watermelon peperomia trying its best in here. There's another watermelon peperomia in the back. Nope, that's right here. Back here is a watermelon peperomia. So this is my, like, I really care about you cuttings. Like, look, I have a sparkly Hoya. Are you rooting yet? Not yet. Let me put you down here. Okay. I think this lizard's good. When I was a kid, oh, Ducky. Well, one of my last names is Petrie. And people used to be like the Land Before Time. And I was like, no, like Canadian family members. But, we didn't even decide. What did we decide on the fern, friends? Are we going, they're actually both pretty similar in size. Are we going bigger fern or little fern? Little foot? Little fern? Oh, we could call him Littlefoot. Oh, that'd be cute. Ducky, we've got Tricera, Ceratops, we've got Petrie, the pterodactyl. Get it? Petrie, pterodactyl. It's science, friends. It's okay. Anyway, I don't hate, we could call him Petrie. No, because that might be insulting to the family members who have that last name in my life. Not that there are many of them anymore. Actually, yeah, there are. It's spread. Anyway, this is so unrelated. My mom's, I have 2 last names. Everybody else has 2 middle names. My parents screwed up on my birth certificate. Well, my mom screwed up on my birth certificate. I love you, Mom, but my dad was at work when my mom went into labor. Hello, little centipede. When my mom went into labor, my dad was at work, and then I was born, and my dad was there in time, but my mom was the one who filled out the birth certificate information, whereas for all the other 4 kids that my parents had, my dad filled out the birth certificate information, so he filled it out differently than she did, so I have a different name than my siblings. And it was never corrected, and it nearly got me failed out of university multiple times. I failed so many things in university that I didn't actually fail. Sorry, this is I don't know what it's called, rhizome. They're little fern babies. I'm just gonna plant them because science. Anyway, in university, it would happen that my last name starts with a B, so I would submit my papers into the B pile, and then they would get marked with the P's because because my other last name, and then I would go to pick up my paper and it would have been entered in to the system as a P, but my name to the teacher was under a B, so they would just give me 0, and I would be like, I really did the essay on frickin' Margaret Mead, I really did. And then they would be like, I can't find it anywhere, and I'd be like, can you check the P pile? And then she would frickin', can I say her name? Am I allowed to say the name of that professor? She's got tenure, it's not like I can get her fired.
Probably you should.
No? Man, I wish I could, I hated her. She was so rude. I had this professor in university. I want to use her name, but this is what I'll do instead. This is her name. Because that's how she looks at everybody. And me specifically, because I had a full-on stand-up argument with this professor. Because she had tenure, so she literally didn't give a crap about her job. She would just say whatever she felt, even if it was not backed by any of the documentation that she was forcing us to read. So it was like, one of her questions, are men and women equal in anthropology? And my essay was, hells to the no. Women and men aren't equal in any of the sciences, in any of the social sciences, in any of academia. Men have always had preferential treatment. It's just the way that it is. And she pointed out my paper in class, had me stand up to defend myself because she's a feminist, so she's not. She's definitely not, because if she was, she would know that women have never had equal standing in academia ever. But anyway, she tried to have me defend my place, and I was like, well, women can only be, bye Salem. Women can only be in anthropology if their husbands or fathers were anthropologists. Margaret Mead, she's like, well, Margaret Mead is one of the most well-known anthropologists of all time. And I was like, yeah, but can you name 10 other anthropologist women? And she was like, I can probably name 10 other anthropologist women. And I was like, and you're a tenured professor, and you answered, I can probably name 10 other. I can name 10 men anthropologists off the top of my head. And the ones who were women had a husband who was an anthropologist. No, it's just not the same. And I got a D in that class. But whatever. I still believe I was right. Female anthropologists have not gotten... Now, maybe, but she was saying that academia has no sexism because academia deals with, what is science and whatever. You can't... There is no sexism in science. And I was like, I see what you think you're saying, but you're just straight up wrong. Sorry. Also, she just didn't care about showing up on time, or she really didn't like being shown to be wrong. I had professors who full-on loved when you could prove them wrong. Loved it. Tell me, where did you get your information? They felt so good about the fact that you were trying to learn something that they didn't have the answer to, that they would love that. And this professor, literally, if you had a different opinion than her, it was wrong. And I'm like, this is academia. That's not how it's supposed to work. If we have different opinions, we're supposed to be able to argue them. Frickin' university. Don't get me wrong, I had a really good time in university, but my job right now is that I plant terrariums. Right now, technically, I am at work. Obviously I'm having a good time and hanging out with you guys, but I am probably also going to get paid for doing so. Not by a company or anything, just because I'm doing YouTube right now. But my point is that my anthropology degree was not, it's not what I get paid for, That's a sign of a good teacher. Teach me and let's learn together. Exactly. That's an opinion. You can't grade an opinion paper like that. She sounds terrible. Yeah. I got a D in the class, not even just on that paper. I actually ended up with a B on that paper because I wouldn't drop it. I had a follow-up paper to that paper because of my marks on it, where I gave a paragraph on 10 different women, and a paragraph on 10 different men, and like how many books were written by those women, like what scenario allowed them to be anthropologists. So I ended up getting a B, but that was because I wouldn't stop going to her office hours being like, you can't give me a D. You can't fail the paper because you think that women in anthropology have always been equal to men in anthropology. Her argument was that they had always been equal, not just like right now everything's peachy keen, which is also not true. She thought like forever anthropology is a sexless. Anthropology is not sexist. And I was like, you're wrong. Okay, you guys haven't given me which, oh, Little Fern, thank you, Brittany. Jeez. All right, Little Fern it is. I had already decided in my head that I agree with you anyway, Little Fern. Let's do the fern right next to, let's just have Fern Corner. Aw. Speaking of Fern, Fern is the name of one of our chickens. And just so you know, Fern is actually our most friendly chicken. Of all of our chickens, it's the factory farmed white chicken that we named Fern. She's a little stupid, but she's the friendliest. Okay, I don't think you can find any science that wasn't biased. I don't think you can find anything ever that isn't biased, because if somebody wrote it or did it, it's based in their frame of mind, which therefore makes it implicitly biased. Okay, I think that's a pretty good start for plants. I'm not done though. I have so many plants. What do you think of this one? I don't know what it's called, but it's cute. It's a Tradescantia, so it's a wandering somebody. That means it'll climb up. Maybe that'll be a good idea because it'll climb. You know, I feel like this green anole, brown anole, whoever comes out of the egg, I think he'll appreciate having all these areas to climb around. And if it gets a little bit cold and I have to redo the terrarium, guess what? That's just another terrarium rebuild that I get to do, which is like one of my favorite things to do on my free time when the terrariums get overgrown and it's time to like pot up the plants that are in them. I'm a happy camper. Okay, let's see who else. We've got ferns, we've got Tradescantia, we've got a prayer plant in there. We have a Monstera deliciosa in there. Maybe a Hoya cutting? Let that little Hoya baby root. I like watching them root. That's part of my fun. It's like watching the roots grow. I changed my mind about that lily thing. What do we have in here? Anything neat? Ooh, that's a good chunk of liverwort. Let's do some mosses now. So I've got liverwort. I'll show you what that looks like. If my camera will let me, why will you not focus? Come on. Show the world! Anyway, it's a pretty little moss. Kind of looks like it has eyeballs, but it doesn't, obviously. You want to make sure baby has room to move around. Baby is going to be the smallest thing ever, Brittany. And at full size, baby is going to still be the smallest thing ever. Like, it's a small little creature. It's not like the adult lizard is like that long with their tail. They're not a very large creature. So there's going to be room for them to move around. I just want them to feel safe, and having a lot of places to hide will help them feel safe. I think that having, I'm looking in my terrariums to see if there's anything else that's really neat before we get into the moss. All of them are neat. I wish you guys could oh, let's do another Peperomia obtusifolia, who is rotting. That's not a good sign, but you'll heal. Everybody heals in a terrarium. Terrariums, where it's at. There are like an awful lot of centipedes in this terrarium. Hopefully he'll eat them. Hold on, I don't think you can find any science. Yes, and cool. Absolutely, all snuggly. It'll have plant hugs all the time, which is my goal in life. My stomach's upset. I drank milk today for the first time in a very long time. Alex went to the coffee shop to get coffee, and I was like, what do you want? And I was like, I just want you to bring home milk. Like he at the coffee store, you know how you can like get milk in a little carton? I said, get one of those so I can make tea at home when I wake up. And I did, and the tea was amazing, and now my stomach is upset. And I knew that would happen because I don't do well with milk. Like, I'm not allergic or anything, I just don't drink it, so then when I do, it's not well. Okay, I'm gonna try and put Candace's baby plant, this polka dot. It's so small. I'm sorry, Candace, I tried my best. I'm gonna try and put that in here too. There's a lot of bare space on the forest floor for this little lizard to walk around, but I also just wanted there to be a lot of like tree type vibes. Like I have this ficus Benjamin variegata cutting. It's not yet rooted, but it will be a little tree. Like I have a ficus Benjamin non-variegata. Both of these are are from trades. So it's like a little tiny tree. I could do the little itty bitty one, you know? It's just been rooting in a cup. It might as well root in a terrarium, you know? They appreciate. I believe my green witchy heart believes that plants prefer to root in the presence of other plants. Like when I root them in a terrarium, the roots are better than when I root them in water. So this looks pretty good. I think it's time to get into the mosses. I mean, as we go, we can add more things if we want to. But I have some mosses that have little plants growing in them. I'll show you what I've got. And you can be like, those are so cute, moss is amazing, because it's a fact. What have we got here? Have we got any mosses? Mosses, hello, mosses, anyone? Doesn't look like it. So I've got these two little clumpies from terrariums, growing plants from outside. These are mosses that I collected out in the forest. In the forest, I collect moss. Don't worry, I collect ethically, which means you don't collect any more than like 10% from any one patch of moss. That way the moss can grow back, and you can come back next year and get some more. Okay, we'll put some moss here. Hold on, just don't freak out, everybody. Everything's okay. Just getting the mosses in. Sorry, Monstera. These tree branches, super cool. Also super irritatingly in the way. In a good way. Oh my god, Paulette, stop. Paulette, if you guys didn't know, I guess I still do. I name my plants after you guys. So if you come around to multiple live streams, every time I get a new plant, not every time, but I name my plants. And I name them after you guys so that I can feel like I'm taking care of our relationship in a reciprocal way, because this relationship that we have is strange, for sure, because you guys watch me, I talk, and I read text that you've written. It's not the same as a regular, normal relationship for that reason, because we can't, like, see each other. I can see your text and you can see me, but it's not the same as sitting in a room together, right? So by having a plant that I can take care of, I can, like, feel as though I'm tending to our relationship and caring for you, because I can physically see and touch something that I'm associating with you. Does that make sense? At least it makes sense to me. And I think that's the main thing, right? Like, you should see Lori's plant. Lori's plant is downstairs with Alex, because Alex really likes it. It's this big freaking golden pothos, doing very well. I started drinking almond milk when I was doing keto. It's not bad. Well, I don't like the taste for drinking, you know? For drinking, like, nut milks. But for tea and for cereal, and I don't really eat cereal much, but you know what I mean? Like oh, this is a nice little thing. What do you think of that? That might be nice in there. I can even probably put that, there's room. Anyway, I don't drink it so much that I use it as like the milk accessory, because like I don't think I need to be using cow's milk for something that doesn't even, like, oh my god, cow's milk's so sweet. I drank some of it today, which is again why my stomach's upset. But I don't drink the almond milk or anything like that. I just I use it in my tea and my cereal and stuff. So when I had the milk this morning, I was like, and I took a sip, and then I took a gulp, and it was tasty. I took a sip, then I took a gulp. I'm not going to sing the rest of that song because I will for sure get demonetized if I haven't already. Like, I am not the one you need to worry about, YouTube. You don't need to demonetize me, I promise. Okay, anything else? Moss. We're still on moss. Let me just take apart this terrarium because I'll just redo this one too. I really love the liverwort though. I collected it at my mom's place. She has these boxwood hedge babies that she's been growing, and because they like to be so moist, since they like such a damp environment, liverwort's been growing very successfully on them. Like on the plant dirt, on the dirt part. Okay, hold on. I can't do two things at once. I can't do two things at once. You know, like when two become one. Okay, and this is a... YouTube demonetizes some of the most random videos. It seems that way, doesn't it? This is a Christmas cactus with roots, so I'm gonna plant it into this, and we'll see if anything happens. I'm not super, like, I don't care. If this one dies, I won't be sad, because Christmas cactuses are not on my team this year. They keep almost dying, and then not dying, and then almost dying, so I think that they're out to get me. Okay, who else could we put in here? I don't know if string of hearts or if any of the strings of things will survive, because they're kind of like succulent, so I don't think that they would really enjoy that lifestyle. Okay, I think that's probably good. Let me bring you over. Just hold your breath for a second or look away if you get like vertigo, because I'm going to move the webcam so that you can see. Sorry, I just need to move this, the cord is all, hey, the cord is all tangled around stuff. Okay, so we've got our little fern corner. So we've got 3 different varieties of ferns here, and then underneath that's the water, and then there's my other fern. There's the Tradescantia. There's this little tree thing. Actually, let me just do this so that you don't like lose it and like get nauseous from watching. I've got the coffee plant over here. I've got my Monstera addisonii, whoops, cutting down there. I've got the whatever this thing is called, arrowhead syngonium. My ficus Benjamin variegata, geez Louise, like a virtual hug. Aw, no. Got to see my freckles up close there for a sec. Okay, anywho, so that's the terrarium for the baby lizard. I'm gonna put that terrarium down. I'm not done yet though. I'm sorry if you were like, okay, I want to leave now. You can leave. I'm not leaving. I have another terrarium or 2. Now I have to fix a bunch of mine and organize them better, because I had to pull this out. Oh my god, this is heavy. When to become one. There. Okay, now I can sit down and we can hang out again. Okay. Oh, disc not ejected properly. Uh-oh. Okay, so now what? I'll put that baby probably in there so he can hatch in his home. But I have this now, which is a little... Do you have roots? No. Do you have roots? No. I have this little terrarium. It's just like a candy jar, but now I can fill it up with things that I pulled out and wounded. I'm sorry for mortally wounding you. So many of these plants have been mortally wounded. Do you have roots? No. Okay, so now that I'm going to be doing this, we can chit chat because now it's not as important that I organize it, although I can't see what you're saying because this is covering you. Well, I could live on eggs and cheese and cream. That's all I need. I could probably start drinking milk again if it was my cow. For me, it's like I don't need it for anything. You know, there's nothing that I can't replace with almond milk or cashew milk or oat milk or whatever. But whenever I have cow milk, I'm like, oh God, it's so tasty. It's so sweet and tasty, but also I don't need it. Like, it's not something that I'm like, I miss. It's just when I have it, I'm like, oh my God, this is so good. So I think if I ever got a cow, that would be the way that we'll put this little baby syngonium into here. I think if I got a cow or a goat or something, that would probably be the only way that I'll like go back to actual milk consumption. Additionally, it upsets my stomach now. Since I stopped using it, it really doesn't sit well in my tummy anymore. Whenever I do use it, it makes me nauseous. Like, obviously, like, if I keep drinking it, like, if I were to stay at my parents' house for a couple of days, they use milk because my mom does a lot of baking. So they have milk. And at Christmas time, when we spend the time at their house before we moved, we live close enough to them now that I don't have to stay with them. But when we lived in Ottawa, or even when we lived in Toronto, we would stay with my parents for the Christmas season for like 10 days sometimes. And when you're somewhere that has milk for 10 days, and my parents don't really keep any of the almond milk things, so I would be drinking it, and I would get like the runs. I would be nauseous all day. I would have like that hard rock in your stomach. You know, like when you eat too much bread, or is that just me? I would have that feeling for like long periods of time, and I didn't connect it to the fact that I wasn't eating dairy outside of my home until like my older sister was like, she brought home nut milk at one point, because my older sister doesn't really drink milk anymore except for with baking, and she brought home like an almond or whatever milk, and I was like, oh, we can just bring the type of thing that we have, but it's our parents' house, everything must be provided. What am I supposed to do? Sorry, I'm just replanting some things into smaller pots. Like this fern doesn't need a pot as big as it had, so I'm just taking some of the dirt from the roots, and then I'll smack that together. Bada bing, bada boom. Good to go. Basil. Oh, and basil. I was like, what is baldy? On basil too. I could live on, or basil. I could live on garlic. Okay, what things could I not survive without long term? I could not survive without garlic. I could survive without eggs and cheese and milk and meat. What could I not? I couldn't survive without grapes. Like, I don't need them in my house all the time, but if someone was like, you can never eat grapes ever again, I'd be like, really? Even green grapes? But I really like those. I really like grapes. What else do I really like? I really like shrimp. You know what I've been really liking lately? Melba toast. Who gave you a thumbs down? Who's to say? Some people give me a thumbs down every day. Some people don't have to like this content. That's all right. I'm getting better at being over it. I used to... What the frick was that? Oh, it's a fly. I told you I'm having like a housefly issue right now. It's cold. Oh, hello, little centipede. Want to see... Oh, sorry. Want to see a baby centipede? They're very non-threatening when they're little. I do not like centipedes, but when they're little, they don't freak me out so much. Where are you? There you are. Hold on. There you go. They don't like light, unfortunately. Don't go under my shirt. See? If you have centipedes in your plants, though, let them stay there. They eat bugs. Anyway, it used to hurt my feelings when I was reading mean comment. Okay, it'll still hurt my feelings. Don't like come for me with mean comments. But when I was reading them, it would like hurt my feelings. But like the longer I don't read comments, like that's honestly why I haven't been replying to comments, because I don't want to read them, because I don't like feedback that isn't feedback. Like when people are like, oh, your music was too loud, I couldn't hear the instructions. Okay. But when you hear that 1,100 times, you're like, okay, I can't change anything. That video is done. Like that video is 3 years old. Like look at a recent video before. I know that's like asking a lot. Like look at a recent video before you make a comment on an old video about how the quality is shitty. But like that's kind of how it feels to me, is like it doesn't feel very nice to comment something that you think is constructive criticism on a video that's years old, when all of the other, oh my god, there's a fly in here and I don't know why, but it decided that the webcam is where it wants to be. Wearing a white shirt and a white apron, play in the dirt. I mean, I have a washing machine, it's fine. When I was pregnant, I either ate eggs or scampi every day. What's scampi? I had my quota of shrimp. Is scampi shrimp? Because, then I like scampi. But I really like Melba toast lately. It's like, I guess it's, what would I call it? Like what's that name for the cake that you bake twice? When you bake it twice. I have another terrarium to redo, right? Yeah. Let's do my bathroom terrarium. This is my bathroom terrarium. It sits next to the toilet on the like sink. We have a long countertop in the bathroom. Oh my god, that's a fly. That's just the wing of a fly you were looking at. Anyway, it stays in the bathroom. It has high humidity, and it is something to look at when you're pooping. I'll redo this one too so that it's got something nice to be on. Anyway, Melba toast, that's where it's at. Shrimp scampi. What's that, Dina? What is shrimp scampi? Or is shrimp also scampi? Anyway, when I used to read comments, it would hurt my feelings, and even if they weren't hurtful comments, it would hurt my feelings because there would be such a quantity of them. Like when you have 35 comments saying, this was bad music for your video, it's like, okay, thanks. Did you not see the other 28 comments that said the same thing? But like now I look at it like, they don't know I'm me. They don't know this is who is doing all of the work for it, you know what I mean? Like people just think like, I think I'm helping the channel get better, but they don't recognize that the channel is just, it's just me. It's just me. It's always just me. Like I'm filming, I'm editing, I'm color correcting. Oh, I'm sorry that the colors were too yellow. I don't know what I'm doing. That's why it's that way. I'm doing my best with the very limited knowledge that I have. How you doing? Ooh, my baby rooted. My pepperoni, I hope, rooted. That's a good thing. Anyway, I think people just forget that, like, YouTubers, I know that, like, you don't forget, you know it's a person, but, like, it also doesn't matter because you're like, well, you chose this. This is the life that you chose. So, take the criticism, girl. And I get it, but I don't wanna take the criticism because that's not why I made a channel. I made a channel to have fun and make things and show people the things that I made. Obviously, like if I were to say something terrible, criticism can be good, teach you a lesson and whatnot, but I don't find it to be super helpful in the YouTube context, you know? Like if my family member emailed me or called me and was like, hey, I noticed in your last video you said something bigoted. Don't do that. Maybe I would be like, oh, thank you for your feedback. I don't tend to say bigoted things, but you know what I mean? But when it's like a stranger I've never spoken to ever and they're like, your angles are terrible and it's so out of focus. I'm like, thanks. Like, sorry. Like, what's the answer? What do you want me to do? I appreciate that you acknowledge that I said it too quickly. Or I couldn't see what you were doing. Can I have the written instructions? And then when I say like, yeah, they're on my Etsy store, you're selling them? I'm like, the video is there with all of the instructions for free. So I don't know what to tell you. Like, deal with it. I don't know. So it gets me all heated when I read comments, even if there's nice ones, 10 nice ones, 1 negative one. What do I remember? You know what I mean? So I've stopped reading them so much because like it hurts my feelings. Like I want to be able to have communication with my subscribers and with you guys, but I feel like my plan is just to use Discord and Instagram for communication, because those are kind. Do you know what I mean? Like even if a comment is kind, I'll try to reply to the nice ones. But even when it's people like asking questions about a project, like how do I do this thing? I'm like, but that's not really realistic for me to reply to all of them, because there's hundreds and hundreds of them all the time asking really specific questions about like, my husband is an extra large, your sweater was a large, how can I increase the size of the sleeve so that it'll fit around him, but I want it to be baggy? He's 6'4". I'm like, that's kind of like hard for me to like go through all of those and reply to. So I think maybe in that sort of a context I could do like that's a fly. It's the same fly, just so you know. I'm not like surrounded by flies. It's one fly. There's 2 flies that live in my house right now. There's one at the back door and there's one in this room, and there's spiders at every corner of my room, but apparently they're not very interested in catching those flies. Anyway, moving forward, what I might do is like a live stream ask or answer questions. Like I'll open my phone and go through actually, we could do that today if you want. But I could go through the questions that way, because I don't want to sit and text reply to all these comments that are so specific. And also, like, when people get mad that the pattern isn't free but the video is, I'm just like, well, I gotta make money too, and I get demonetized for talking about my dog dying, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do. If someone made the effort to post anything for me to watch for free, I say nothing mean. I'm sure they saw the film they posted and know whether it has a good or bad quality. Well, see, that's the thing too. The video quality of the things that I make now... Good, you're getting a pet lizard then. Scampi is Italian for shrimp. Hi. Hold on. Scampi is shrimp lightly sauteed in butter garlic. Oh, give me that every day of my life. Thank you, Dina. And thank you, T. I've seen 100 crappy tutorials and never left a negative comment. Well, here's the thing, right? If somebody posted a tutorial and it was crappy, they obviously didn't know at that time it was crappy, or they did. Either way, how is it helpful for you to tell them it's crappy? Like when I posted tutorials, like if you look at my tutorials from like 2 years ago, some of them are really crappy. I'm not taking them down though, because it's part of my archive of videos that I've made. So I'm not going to remove them because now I could make it better. Some of them I redid them with better quality because people kept like virtually harassing me about how bad they were. But like, aside from redoing them, what are you going to do? You're not going to pull them down. Like that was a lot of work. Even though I can do better now, back then when I didn't know how to do video editing, it was a lot of work to actually like, to do that, to like make a video. It's still a lot of work. So then when people are like, your music was too loud, I'm like, okay, cool. Well, it took me many hours to make that and I can't take the music out. So just listen to it on mute with the subtitles. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's how it feels. It feels very like, it feels like they don't recognize that there isn't anything I can do about it, which means I shouldn't be getting upset about it because they don't recognize that there isn't anything I can do about it. I can't. Hey Kim, good morning. You know, Alex and I watched a whole bunch of your TikToks last night. I was saying how I showed him the one where you put your face on Hermione Granger, and I was like, this exists. Did you know this? And he was like, that's like a deep fake. And I was like, yeah, except for it's Kim. And he didn't recognize that it was your face. He was just like, that doesn't look like Hermione. And I'm like, no, what I'm saying is I know who the person whose face on Hermione is. Anyway, so we watched some of your TikToks last night. If I don't like a video, I don't watch. No need to be keyboard warriors and leave negative comments. Well, it's not just that, but it's also like when you're leaving a negative comment as somebody who isn't someone who makes videos, like if you're also a video maker and your comment is as constructively kind as you can make it, and you're saying, look at this thing that I found that made it easier to succeed in the place that you failed, you know what I mean? Okay. But when it's somebody who doesn't make videos and they're like, I don't like the quality of this video, climb up a tree and make your own. Like, you know? And yet I recognize that some of my videos, it must be very frustrating to see a tutorial that you're interested in watching and then not be able to complete the project because you don't understand what the person is saying. I recognize that that can be super frustrating, but like, I don't know, I think people just not forget, but I don't think they really, I think because it's on the internet, it's like difficult to humanize strangers. Like, the world is on fire, so people are meaner than normal, but also it's like hard to humanize somebody that you don't know or care about when you can't see that they're the one editing. You know what I mean? Like, nobody knows I'm the one editing all of the videos. Nobody knows that I'm the one filming, setting up lighting, changing the shot. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Just moving, like when I sit down to start a crochet tutorial, I can only do 5 minutes or 10 minutes in one position, because if I do the entire video with one type of shot, I get shit comments about that. Like, so I'll move the camera around. Like for my jam videos, that video took a whole day to film. Even though making jam takes 2 hours, it took a whole day to film because I had to move the camera around every few minutes so that it wasn't boring to watch. Like, having to deal with that while also making the thing, it's a lot of work. Like, I crochet a sweater and that takes a week of crochet time, but it ends up taking a month because I have to move the camera for every step, and I have to have the steps written down. I didn't used to do that. I just said what was happening at the time, and people would always be like, you didn't explain how you did this, and I'm like, that's because I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just making videos because I'm enjoying it. It's a lot of fun for me to look back on the sweaters that I've made and see that, like, I was making them up as I went. You know what I mean? Aw, thanks, Kim. I read on your pants darning lots of mean comments when the thumbnail tells you what to expect. I couldn't believe how rude some people are. I know, right? Someone called me disgusting and said they don't know how I have a husband. And I was like, would your husband leave you if you made his pants fixed ugly? Like, I'm not gonna lie, the ugly pants are right next to me because there's a new hole and Alex asked me to patch it. In the same crotchal region. Like, it's gonna be janky looking at the end of this. But yeah, people can be really mean, but I don't know that they know that they're making eye contact with me saying something mean. Do you know what I mean? Like, when you type something mean, you're not making eye contact with anyone, but when I read it, I'm making eye contact with you. So when I read something that says like, wow, this is disgusting, I can't see how anyone would ever want to wear that. For me, it's as if someone is saying it to my face. But for you typing it, it's like you're saying it to a group of strangers. Like, I don't think people really think, I think that they think they're talking to the comments, like to the people in the comments, rather than looking at me in my face and saying, what you did is disgusting. I mended some pants ugly. Like, that's what I did. It's not disgusting. It may not be your thing, but yeah, exactly. People are very critical, but I think that they just don't really recognize how it is read, you know? Like, I don't think that people are being cruel on purpose. I don't think they're saying, like, let's see if we can put her into a depression this morning. You know, I don't think people are actually bad. I just think that they don't think that when it's read, it's being read by a human being who is reading it as though a human being is saying it to them. You're just saying it into the void. You're saying it into the robot void. But it's being read by me. Like, the fact that the comment that said it was disgusting and they don't know how I have a husband, that's from literally more than a year ago, that comment. And I remember that comment. Like, yeah, there's a bunch of irritated ones, but the one that said that I was disgusting or it was disgusting and they had no idea how I could have a husband who would wear it or something. It was like that. I remember the specificity of the comment is still in my brain. So even though, like, my feelings are no longer hurt by that comment because I'm, like, aware of my world, it still sat with me. Like, it's still something that I have in my consciousness and yet that person may have never watched another one of my videos again. Do you know what I mean? They may have never seen any of the things that I put out again, but for me, they will be with me forever. That person, I don't know who the comment was left by. I don't know if it was an adult or a child, a man or a woman. I know nothing. That's a fly on the, oh, you can see him. You can see him, whatever he's doing, sniff. Is that 2 flies now? No, that's still only 1 fly. It's literally, hello? Just stand on my webcam. Just stand there. Anyway, I just don't think that they recognize that I am like permanently permanently affected, permanently aware that happened. Like, think of like when you were bullied as a child. Your bully doesn't think about what they did, but I know the names of everyone who hurt me as a child. You know what I mean? Like, I had a neighbor growing up who it was like fun for them to bully me, I guess. And it's like, now I look at it like they were just kind of a dick of a kid, you know? They just weren't a nice kid. But when I was little, it hurt me, and I'll never forget them. They're just a person, and they don't think about me. They don't go like, oh, I recognize that I probably really left some marks on Laura. They don't think of me ever again. But I know who they are. You know what I mean? It's the same idea. And I'm sure there are people that I've hurt that I never have thought of again. But I don't do it intentionally to strangers on the internet. Like, I think you have to also consider, will this comment, if somebody was this close to hurting themselves, will my comment push them over the edge? If someone was in their most sensitive state, think of like somebody is intoxicated, in a depressive state, on the edge. In the most sensitive situation, could what I say be interpreted in a way that could cause an action to happen? And if you think, I don't know, then don't comment. Just don't comment. Just don't do it. If you're not 100% sure that what you're saying will not hurt someone, maybe don't comment, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't like somebody's video. It just doesn't. I don't know why we got onto this rant, but I think it's relevant to everybody. Just be a little nicer. Be nice to people. Like, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. The fly got lost on the way to Hollywood. It needs the camera. Yeah, I think that after it sat on Pence's head for so long, it thinks it needs to be in front of the camera all the time now. It's probably the same fly. No, that fly wouldn't associate with me. I consider the internet like a normal conversation, but I'm 35, so I didn't grow up with this social media, and I used to write emails with a header and a footer, just like a letter. It's nice to have an email with a header and a footer. My friends and I call it void screaming syndrome. Yeah, but I think people also think that they're helping, but I think it's like, if somebody didn't ask for your help, like if I put out a video and said, hi, I really need you guys, I really need your feedback, what should I do next? If I say something like that, then give feedback, of course, but if you wouldn't give the feedback on my appearance to the cashier at the grocery store, then don't give it to me, because that's who I am. I'm just another person that you see in your day. You know what I mean? Like, when we're having a conversation right now, if you were like, wow, I really don't like the way that your hair is, it's not really productive, because I can't change it. It's short. Like, it's not something I'm gonna, and it's probably not something I'm going to change. If you were my best friend or my husband and you were like, I really like when you have blonde hair, then maybe it would mean more, but it comes off a lot more critical when it's from somebody who isn't in your daily life, you know? Like, and don't get me wrong, I don't mind feedback. Like, I don't mind when people say things about my appearance so much, because I'm pretty confident in my appearance. I did gain quite a bit of weight in the last month, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I didn't weigh myself, but I can grab it again, and I didn't used to, or maybe my what's it, body dysmorphia, not dysmorphia, what's the one where it's just that you feel fat when you're not really that fat? That one. Maybe it's just flaring up again because I stopped taking my antidepressants for a little bit, but anyway, what was I trying to say? I'm pretty confident in my body. Like, for the most part, if someone was like, wow, you've gained a lot of weight, you're really fat, I'd be like, I don't know you, and my boobs got bigger too. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Being fat doesn't take away any of my value. Having zits on my face doesn't take away any of my value. Having hair that you don't like doesn't take my value away. So, like, when people comment on my appearance, I can recognize that probably there's something hurt in them, because the only time where I've ever felt the need to like shit talk someone's appearance is when I'm not in a good place. And I would never do it to their face. Not that that makes it better. Don't like be a rumor person or anything, but like to their face, saying to someone that isn't your family that you that they've gained weight, or that they are not looking their best, or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just think people forget. Or it's not that they forget, it's that if you're not doing this as something that you have to read comments all the time, you don't know. Like before I started doing YouTube like as like a real thing, I didn't leave comments on people's videos almost at all. After I started doing YouTube, I started leaving nice comments on videos because I was like, oh my god, like it really feels nice to receive a good comment, and it feels really bad to receive a bad comment, even if it's a stranger from halfway across the world. Like you should see, you know where I get my nicest comments from? India. All of my oh look, here's my Be Lazy, look! This is the Be Lazy one. Ta-da! Sorry, I knew I had it around. Anyway, most of my kindest comments that say like thank you for what you've done, thank you for making this video, it helped me understand a thing, or thanks for making this video, just that's it. The nicest, consistently nice comments are all coming from India. This is just something, there are very, very I've never had a comment that also acknowledged that they're from India. Like most of them say like love from India at the end when they're a nice comment. But like just be like that. Just leave nice comments if you like a video. Leave no comment if you don't like a video. The fly got lost on the way to Hollywood. That makes me laugh. I understand what you mean. Thanks, Kim. Well, you would. You're in it too. It's just strange. I don't know. The longer I've been doing it, which now it's like almost 5 years, fun fact, that I've been being a YouTube's lady. And it was only this year that it started making enough money for me to actually call it a job. Like I've been calling it a job, but like it hasn't been making enough money for me to like actually call it one. Now it does. Now I can call it a job, and it's a real job. Also, just so you know, I don't have access right now to I didn't open the page that shows how many of you are here. So if it's like I'm talking to a void, I apologize. If there are a bunch of you, hi, nice to have you. If there's just like 1 or 2 of you, hi, nice to have you too. People treat others the way they're treated themselves often, which is interesting because that's the saying, is treat others the way you want to be treated, not treat others the way that you are treated. What could I put in here? Maybe one of my little begonia cuttings could go in here. I took some cuttings off of my mom's begonia. Are you rooting? Yeah, that's a root, baby! Off my mom's begonia. It's an outdoor begonia, but I don't think it'll mind. I don't think it really knows that it's an outdoor begonia, you know? Plus, this is the bathroom terrarium, which means that it's nice to have a variety of plants. I like putting a lot of plants in the bathroom terrarium because then when strangers, well, nobody comes over anymore, but when strangers used to come over, and by strangers I mean just not people who live in this home, when people used to come over, if they needed to poop, they would be able to go and stare at this terrarium. Although, does anyone really poop in strangers' homes? That's a different type of question, but I know that I do not. Freaks me out. But if I did, it would be nice to be able to stare at a nice terrarium. Everybody should just go make a terrarium. Get a big glass container, fill it with dirt, put some plants in there. Anywho, I don't know. People aren't mean, but I think that they don't know sometimes when they're saying something that can be interpreted as mean. And if it's interpreted as mean, it's mean, right? You know what I mean? Like, if what you say can be interpreted as mean, then it's mean. If you're like, I was just joking, but if it hurt someone's feelings, then it was mean. Like, your intention doesn't matter, really, because it's how it's received, you know? Well, I didn't mean for it to hurt your feelings, but it did, so sorry. Lesson of the day. If you're gonna comment on people on the internet, think of it as though you are making direct eye contact with them when you say the thing. Sorry, I just heard a weird noise. Okay, here's another terrarium complete. You will go back into that other terrarium. And you were in the bathroom terrarium. Oh no, I guess you should go back in the bathroom terrarium. Anyway, sorry that this got that kind of direction. It's not usually my intention. Like, don't get me wrong, it doesn't hurt my feelings very much anymore, but I do still read those comments and go like, what the hell? Like, why? Yeah, just projecting. Totally. Anyway, don't worry, my feelings are okay. I think I'll put some of my beautiful Oxalis triangularis burgundy wine. It looks like I know what I'm doing, doesn't it? If you were like just checking in, you'd be like, wow, this girl knows what she's doing with all these plants. It's a farce. Our neighbors had a painting of a cross old lady on the wall right across from the toilet. The funniest thing to do I've ever seen in a bathroom. I need to go now, but that was fun to hang out with everyone. You too, Bee. Have a great rest of your day. And your plant pot is going to get a new plant in it, so do you have a preference for what you'd like to be? You could be a Monstera addisonii, you could be a Monstera deliciosa, you can be a pothos, or you can be a ficus if you haven't left. My mom in her bathroom has these really cute little, they're like decorative plates. We were at the thrift store together before the world shut down, and there were these like collector's plates, and my mom and I, neither of us are that person really. We don't really have that kind of collection. But we were looking at these plates and she saw these ones, and it's like a dad teaching his very young son to shave. So it's just like a little boy with shaving cream on his face. It's like from the like 1950s type like look. That's what or maybe it's even earlier than that. It's like, the plate might be from the 1950s, but like the energy of it is old. Here, let me show you. And now she has that hanging in the bathroom, and it's cute. We've got our begonias. What fell? Something just fell. Oh, it was just dirt. Anyway, we've got the begonia in there. We've got the peperomia right there. We've got the oxalis right there. We've got some ferns. We've got the ficus there. And we got moss around the edge. So that's my bathroom one. I'm actually just going to go put that in the bathroom so I don't forget. I'll be right back. Is French done? How'd it go? Super bon? Très bon. Très bien. Okay. Ooh, this is just getting messier and messier. Okay. What else do I have as a regrow? Well, I guess this I should replant. This little terrarium. What else can we talk about? What are you guys up to? What are your plants? What are your pets? What is your yarn? Tell me the things. What's going on? What's cracking? What's popping? Brand new whip, just popping. Don't mind me, just watching. That should be your response when I said what's popping. Like the song. Okay. My micans. Did I plant the micans? Oh god, is it underneath all of this? It's not gonna survive. This philodendron micans I got in a plant trade, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna kill it. Not intentionally, obviously. Okay, so we've got a terrarium again. What should I put in this one? Let me move stuff out so you can see the size of it, so we can decide how to decorate. These are my pothos. So here's my next little terrarium. This one actually does have one plant that's necessary to stay in it, and that is my heart-shaped fern, heartleaf fern. And that's because it really likes living in there, so I'm gonna just let it keep living in there. I put the fern right in the middle, but I have room all around the sides. What I was doing before was just putting cuttings around the side. I am a big fan of rooting all the things, all the cuttings. Oh gosh, no, what was that? Oh, okay, it wasn't anything. I'm at my second job today. I work at an amusement park. but we're not opening. Okay, yeah. So I'm working on lesson plans for my next EMT class. That's interesting. I love the heart-shaped fern. Me too, it's neat. It really, really, really needs to not be touched by greasy fingers, ever. Which is good that I have dirty fingers right now because it won't burn the leaves. It also really needs to not be, it needs humidity around it. Why? Why do you keep flying onto the lens? Like, it's a housefly. It's just a regular old housefly. I recently finished a mermaid tail blanket for my aunt for Christmas. Oh, she'll love that. I gave I gave my sister-in-law one of those last year. My sister-in-law's name is Ariel, so it's kind of an inside joke that isn't even an inside joke. It's just a regular joke, because, you know, the Little Mermaid and whatnot. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hop in. Don't mind me, just watching. Oh, TikTok. Oh, here's the micans. The smallest philodendron micans. Here's the question. Do we put it in a sealed terrarium? Or just, no, I think it'll be okay with the fern. Heart-shaped leaf fern. That's amazing, isn't it? I'm making a baseball scarf for my cousin for Christmas. It's a graph and a royal pain. A baseball scarf, but it's a graph. I haven't done those, the graph gans, the crochet corner to corner. I haven't done that yet. Is it hard? I just haven't had the need or desire just yet, but it's interesting. And every time that I see somebody post like a cool thing done corner to corner, I'm always like, I like it. I like that corner to corner business. Okay, I need a plant to put in this small plant pot. Who should go in this small plant pot? It's basically going to be the new bee. Be lazy. Is that what the username is, by the way? Do you guys think that's what that is? Be lazy? The Be lazy? Because it's the 1 and L? That's my guess. That's what I've been in my head, it's Be lazy. So I need to put a plant in here. But who shall go in here? Oh, I have another plant that is just sitting dormant. And it looks like it's just a lump. But I'm pretty sure it's not dead. Let's open it up and see how she's doing. No, she's doing okay. So it's just a lump with roots coming off of it. It's supposed to be this big alocasia. I don't have one up here. They're downstairs in Alex's office. My alocasia poly, or my Amazonian mask plant, or African mask plant. Amazonica, it's something Amazonica. Alocasia Amazonica? It's an Amazonian, African mask plant, Amazonica, whatever. That's what it's called, something like that. And it's dormant right now, so it's just like a root. But it's been living in this plant pot, and it makes me sad because whenever I see it, I'm like, I want to use that plant pot. So maybe I'll just add this to this terrarium. I'm sure it'll be happy in here. Nice and damp and warm. It's just ugly right now. Like, it's not its fault or anything, it's dormant, but it's like, it's just an ugly little rock. So now we'll just treat it like a rock. I also never know how much of it's supposed to be covered when it's dormant. Maybe this is my philodendron hope. It might not be my alocasia poly, it might be a philodendron hope. I'm a scientist. This is a normal graph. It's working with bobbins. What? What do you mean? You're making a baseball scarf. Oh, you're weaving it. You're not crocheting it. If it's on bobbins, right? I also have this philodendron Brazil, which I'm thinking I'm gonna cut into 2 pieces because reasons. Because I'm gonna, okay? Alright, so there's piece number 1. And maybe we'll do, well, why don't we put the philodendron Brazil for B? B would be a nice little philodendron Brazil. Brittany, you're the bird of paradise, question mark? Anybody new here who wants a new plant named after them? Because I've got quite a lot of new plants. We could do that. Gosh, imagine checking into this now. You'd be like, what is this girl doing? Okay, we'll put you in there. T, sometimes plants take years to pick up growth. I have a grapevine that started growing like crazy after looking dead for 5 years after I transplanted it. Well, I feel like that's my vibe with Hoya now, because every time, like, I have Hoya is the plural of Hoya. Anyway, I have these Hoya plants, and I care about them, but they don't seem to care back that I care, so they just don't grow. They just don't grow. And then I transplant them, and they have roots, but they won't put out any new growth. They're only growing roots. And obviously, every time that I pull them out of a plant pot, I damage the roots, so it takes time for them to grow back. Sorry, B, you can't be the Philodendron Brazil, because there isn't enough to fill out that pot, so we need to pick something else to fill out that pot. So the Philodendron Brazil will now live in this little white plant pot. Isn't that cute? It's the same as a pothos, like one of these. One of these? Nope, one of these. It's the same as these guys, it's just a different type of variety. It's still a philodendron. Brittany, it's crochet, just a lot of color changes, so it's better to have a lot of... Oh, I understand. Okay. In my head I was like, are you doing lace making? What do you mean bobbins? What's happening? Okay, so I also have this, which is part of a Philodendron Brazil. I don't know if a tissue culture is going to work. Like, I don't know if it'll grow a new plant, but I'm not giving up on it, so that'll get replanted also. This is a huge pothos. We're not putting that in there. I need something small to put into this. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Why is that in my head? Probably TikTok. Which I don't even watch. I watch Instagram videos. Okay, I think maybe this one. This is a nice little plant. Little Peperomia Ruby Ripple. Do I have any more I could pull out? Actually, maybe I'll grab one of my bigger Peperomia Ruby Ripples from inside of the terrarium. And that way I can put a little one back in the terrarium. Come on, little one. Oh, she thick. She doing good. Check this lady out. Look at that. How nice is that? So this is the new bee. Bee, your new plant is a Peperomia Ruby Ripple. Oh, she's so lovely. Isn't she lovely? This is fun. I like hanging out with you guys while I do plant stuff. It's like we get to actually hang out, which is nice. What a beautiful plant room. Thanks, Nika. Nice to see you. Nice to have you here. I'm just, I was making a terrarium for a new baby that's hopefully gonna happen. I have a little egg that I got from a garden center. It was in one of my tropical plants that I got at a garden center, and it came from Florida. Would love. Yeah, you should try it. If you don't have cats that eat plants, then you should definitely try having a plant room. Yeah, that's nice. Red and blue together. So there's the ripple and this little plant pot I got. Oh, I just planted it in the wrong frickin' pot. This is supposed to... Okay, this is B. This is B. Okay, I'm so sorry, little Peperomia. The struggle. Oh, wait! B said that they were the Peperomia tricolor originally, so maybe I'll just transplant the Peperomia tricolor back in. I'm so sorry. It's not doing well. It's not dead, it's just not doing well. I'd love to be crafting in the plant room. You're invited. Everybody's invited to come craft in my plant room. I craft in this plant room. It's not really my plant room. This is my craft room. I have a plant room. This is not it. Currently, my plant room is nearly empty. All it has is terrariums and some rooting cuttings of like a spruce. I cut some trees outside, and I was like, I wonder if I can keep them alive and root them. All right. There's my Peperomia tricolor named B. We'll just put you right there. You do your best. Brittany, where did you get your pots from, Laura? I feel like they're way more expensive than when I was a kid. Oh, I don't buy pots for, like, these ones I homemade, but these ones I only buy from the thrift store. I would never buy a pot brand new. Like, no shade to you if you do, but I'm not spending $12 on something to put a plant in. It's okay, Laura, you're doing just fine no matter the size pot you're using. I hope it'll be okay. There we go. But yeah, I buy them at the thrift store for 50 cents. This one was 25 cents, and it came with a saucer, which was nice. This blue one. And I really like that this style, whatever this is called. I have a bunch of them in that, like, I don't know what it's called, but my mom used to have pots that were like in this sort of like color and stuff. Sounds good, Dina. You can hear us in the background while you're doing stuff. Sorry about the fly that keeps running across the screen. I'm done with this now too. I can just put this. There's no room. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't purchase plant pots from like Pier 1 or what, Pottery Barn. I don't know what you guys shop at in the States, but I don't do that. That's too much for me. I'm not I'm like a poor person. Like I don't know how to I don't spend money on things that I don't value, and unfortunately, I don't value plant pots. Like I love plants, but I don't value plant pots. Brittany, good to know. It's been a while since I've been thrifting. May need to keep an eye out. Yeah, I can't thrift anymore. Really. Mostly I can't thrift anymore. The world is it's our thrift stores here, a lot of them are like charitable organizations or some, I don't know if that's what they're called, but like the employment is exclusively elderly people, and a lot of them are more right-wing, which is not a problem in normal life, but in virus life, those are the people who are not keeping themselves safe. So it makes me feel weird to go shopping there knowing that I'm putting them at risk, but they don't acknowledge that there's a risk to them. So it's like, I don't know. It's I went yesterday. I went yesterday and I bought a couple of new plant pots, but I haven't gone since the pandemic started because every time I go there, it's just like there's a lot of people at this, like we have a local thrift store. There's a lot of people there. I think that's better. A snake plant with some nice hair. It's just that they're not protecting themselves, and like they won't be wearing a mask, but the employees are all seniors. So I'm like, it makes me anxious being in there. So when the world isn't ending, yeah, hopefully that'll be someday soon. I hope the world doesn't end. I don't think it'll end. I just think it's not going to thrive for quite some time, unfortunately. Okay, so what do I have left of my ficuses? My ficuses. I understand what you mean. So yeah, I don't really go thrifting like I used to. Like I used to go like a couple of times a week. I would just stop by the thrift store and, you know, give her a gander. Dina, got everything done but my shower and laundry. Wow, well done. Started sorting my yarn into bins, making one bin for what I'm keeping for myself, and I want my family projects. Oh my god, you're only keeping one bin for yourself? That gives me anxiety for you. Getting rid of your... What are you going to do with all the other yarn? Can I come drive and look at it? Although not even. Right now, I don't even want to look at yarn. It makes me sad because I can't use it because my wrists are on fire. Anybody remember that commercial for, what is it, Voltaren or something? There's a commercial that's old and it's like a lady typing on the computer and then she turns and literally there's flames coming out of her wrists. It's just like, my wrists are on fire. Good advertising, because I still remember it. Very cute. This is a problem where I live too. I'm like, please wear a mask. Please wear one. Like, I'm wearing one because you won't make it. That's why I'm wearing a mask, because you won't make it. Can you wear a mask? Because you don't know if I'll make it. Like, I don't know. I feel like the longer we go, the more obvious it is that not wearing a mask is kind of disrespectful. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to say that any of you guys are disrespectful if you're not wearing a mask. I don't want to argue with you or anything, but we all know now that the mask is not to protect ourselves, the mask is to protect others. So if you're choosing not to wear a mask because of whatever, like, you're kind of actively putting other people in danger, you know? Which is kind of selfish. And also kind of like, it doesn't really make sense. It's like people who are saying like, is climate change real? We're past that. We're past that. I know that's not the same argument, but it's like, we're past the point of saying if it's real or not. Now it's, what do we do about it? It's no longer like, oh, in the debate, having the guy ask, do you believe in climate? It's not do you believe in it, it's how are we going to deal with it? Are we going to deal with it saying the next generation can deal with it? Or are we going to deal with it by doing something now? Saying is it real is allowing people to act like maybe it's not, you know? We're like 8 months into this thing. We all know the protocol. Exactly, that's what I mean. That's why I'm relating it to climate change. It's like we're years into it. It's not a new idea anymore. There's no way for you to be like, well, I don't think it's real. I'm going to be making things to sell for family and friends, or family and friends. But what's going on in that bin for myself and family? Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, I wish I had the organization. I feel like I need to get, hold on. I need to plant this. This peperomia watermelon doesn't want to sit anywhere. I need to get an organization system. Jeez Louise, my brain shut down there. If we lived closer, I'd let you take a look, Laura. Thank you, Dina. I appreciate that, and I believe you. You're a kind lady. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like when people are... We know now. We know what's going on. We know the world is not doing great. So just, like, do your part. That's it. Okay, and then I have more moss. I have more of this. I don't know what this is. It was from a moss pole. Yerp. Okay, Nika. We're on the same page then. Also, like, I don't know why it has to be... I don't even want to say political because that's like a triggered word right now, but I don't know why it has to be political to wear a mask at all. Why is it even a thing? I need to sew at lightning speed and use up my fabric stash too. It's gotten huge in the last few weeks. That's like me with my plants. I need to... Nothing. Everything's perfect. Plants are great the way they are, but I mean, I need to decide which ones I'm going to sell or not sell, trade. I have no interest in selling things. I realize this. Every time I have an idea and I'm like, ooh, I'll make that to sell. It never coagulates. It never materializes. It's not my passion to sell items. I am a good salesperson. Like I will say, all of the jobs that I've had that were sales positions, I excelled in. But I don't really enjoy selling things. Like it's not something that I enjoy. So I end up with an idea and I think I'm going to make $1 million and I don't enjoy selling things, so I never end up making the $1 million, which is why I think YouTube is a great place for me because I don't really have to sell anything. I can just show you the things that I thought would be a good idea to sell and maybe you guys can sell them. Does that make sense? Just since school opened. August is when school starts for you guys? Ugh. Wearing by force, not fear. Oh my god. I hope they could see you rolling your eyes. It just, like, it annoys me to anger. Right? It gives you that rage feeling. I don't know if you guys ever watched the YouTuber Ready to Glare. She's like this pessimistic goth girl. I don't know. I love watching her videos because she's just always kind of pissed. And it's, like, funny. Pissed in the American-Canadian sense, not in the British sense. And it's just kind of fun to watch her. Even though she's talking about, like, dark topics, it's still fun to watch. But anyway, she said something along the lines of like, it gives her the rage when your printer doesn't work. Like the rage you feel, the blind rage that makes you almost throw your printer out of the window is the rage that it makes her feel. And I was like, that's exactly the rage. It's when a piece of technology doesn't work and you don't know how to fix it and you can't break it because you need the piece of technology. That rage, like, God, there's just nothing. That's how I feel too. It's just like when you see someone with their nose out of their mask. It just like immediately brings me to this blind rage. Just put your nose in. It's like, who are you protesting against? Who's winning? Who are you winning against right now? Who are you fighting? You're not fighting anyone. It's not proving anything. You don't look smart. You don't look like you're edgy and you're protesty. It's not doing what you think it's doing. It's like, that's what I want to say when I see people who are like actively not putting their frickin' mask. You're breathing through your nose. Are you mouth breathing when you have your mask on? Then you're doing nothing by having it just over your mouth. But also, it's like you want to say like, It's not doing whatever you think you look like, it's not that. It's something, you look like something else. Laura, the fly smudged the, ew, really? Well, what am I gonna do? I have dirt all over my hands. If you are prone to, there, how's that? That a little better? I can go like this. Anyway, that makes me rage when people do that. I've noticed it, so I can't unnotice it. Is it better now? Are we good? Hold on. I have balls of yarn in see-through bags that quilts come in, but they're way smaller. Oh, that's awesome. The ones with the zippers, I reuse those whenever we buy like sheets or like what are they called? Comforters or quilt tops. What is the other thing called? The one that you put the feathers in. Duvet. When we get a new duvet or anything, I keep those bags. And by I mean Alex is a hoarder of all packaging, and then I end up benefiting from the fact that he hoards packaging. First a camera hug, now she tousled our hair. Oh, guys, hi. Are we flirting via camera? The answer is no. We're just friends, jeez. I'm joking. On all accounts. On all accounts. All accounts have been made jokes? Okay, Jesus Murphy here. I've got another terrarium, updated and full of plants. This one lives in here though, because I like looking at it. I just like the shape of it, so I like it around. What else do we have here? Oh, I have to redo this one. Oh, that's too heavy to do by one arm. With my weak wrists, I can't lift anything. It's also quite heavy, to be honest. It is full of rocks. I have a white carpet in this room, just so you know. My carpet in here. So you can see it right here. This is the color of my carpet. And this is what I'm doing in here. I got those bags with some balls of yarn already. Ooh, that's good. That's a good deal. Oh, another centipede. Come here. You won't survive out in the wild. You need to go back into a terrarium, my friend. There you go. Nope. They move so quick, even when they're little. There we go. I roll mine into cakes and hang them on the wall from coat hangers. Ooh, it's on display so I can stand and stare at my entire stash. I love that. That's awesome. I used to have mine all displayed on these shelves, but now I'm surrounded by plants. With room to spare from the homemakers group I belong to. Oh, let me see. I got those. That's awesome though. That's awesome that you got those for yarn. That's a good idea. Okay. I think I'm gonna just empty this terrarium and start again also. This is another Monstera deliciosa baby. I'm telling you, when I bought that plant and I split it up, I believe it's 21 plants. I'll have to put a pic in Discord. Yes, please. Who invented white carpets? That doesn't make any sense anywhere ever at all. That's a fact that it literally, I don't think that, you know who, somebody when I was growing up had white carpets and they only had cats. And their cats were white and orange, like a white and orange tabby. And their carpets were always clean. Mind you, I recognize that she probably vacuumed every day. But like, as soon as you have children or animals that can step in mud, there is no point in having white carpets, literally at all. I am so messy. I am so messy, you guys. I'd like, honestly, it's not fair for me to have to live in a house with white carpets. It's just so much extra work to live in a house with white carpet. What is this? Another fern! Hello! Oh, that makes me so happy. A little baby fern. I'm holding on to them since I want to get the Granny Square game that I saw on Jada and Stitches. Granny Square game, is it like literally what that sounds like? A game where you make different granny squares? I don't hate it. I definitely don't hate that idea. Okay, I think we should do the same thing again with this one where we make the terrain different heights. I like having different height terrain in my terrariums. It makes me feel nice to look at. Do you guys watch Serpa Design? Serpa, is that what he's called? Serpa Design? Serpa something. It's Serpa. He calls his people the Serpa Squad. What are my people called? What are you guys called? You're my people. What are you guys? I'm Last Minute Laura. I don't have a good group name for the people who like to come here and watch. Just people? Are you just the people? Hey people! Hello friendship. Be my friend. Watch me make plant things. The fly is now a running gag. Did he just do it again? The plastic fibers in the lungs from carpets and dust mites. What? Really? Plastic fibers? That's gross. What? It's literally standing right now. It's right beside the lens. I don't know how to make it not want to be there. It's probably warm. It's probably like warm and cozy. I could like put something sugary over here. Could that help? Okay, so now we've got a good terrarium setup here. And then I have to put the ferns back in because they will die in any other scenario in my care. I kill ferns. I'm a fern killer. Not my chicken fern. She's like my favorite chicken. Hold on. Lastlings. Hold on. White carpet devil. Lastlings. I don't remember how that relates to what we were saying. I'm sure I said something that answers the question, but I already don't recall what I was talking about. So, sorry. Please repeat. Repeat my question and your answer. Gosh. Okay, so we have to put the ferns back in. Squares are made already. You just add to them. I think there were 4 to 6 colors. Okay, that you can live over there for a minute. 4 to 6 colors of yarn you needed, and you said and you spin the wheel and land on number 4. Oh, that's kind of neat. That sounds like fun. That's a fun little crochet extravaganza. That sounds like a good time, actually. You decided what color with the number you wanted to go to. Smart. So you could say like I'm making only things that are orange, brown, red, green, or blue. And then if you don't want to put yellow, then you don't include yellow in one of the colors. That way you don't end up spinning yellow over and over. This is a different kind of fern than that, isn't it? It's supposed to, both of them are supposed to be maidenhair, but they don't look like they were made in the same place, if you know what I'm saying. Maidenhair, made in the same place. Sorry about the fly, everybody. There's a fly just trying to take over the stream, and sometimes that's just what happens, is that flies are in my stream right now. I don't know why I said sometimes that happens. It's actually, I think, the first time that's happened, like today. It was a fun game. She played it on Friday night a couple of times. Oh, cool. Do you guys have preferences for the time and days that streams are on? Because like I was just doing Wednesdays because that worked for me. But like I don't care what day. Okay, more ferns. Do I have anywhere else for a fern to go? Not really. Here you go, little ferns. Just take off. Fill this whole space up. I also have this snake plant cutting that probably won't root, but that's okay. And I have to put this... Actually, maybe I'll put you in here with your siblings. You can Google Granny Square game. I'm not going to, not because I don't want to do it, but because it's just going to make me sad right now, Dina. My wrists are literally garbage. Like, I would like to return them for a full refund because they're garbage. My wrists are literally garbage. All the flies are asleep for the winter here. You know what I think though? I think that these are the last ones of summer and they made it inside before the frost happened outside. So they're like very confused as to what their purpose is because they should be dead. Like by all counts, these flies should not have survived. We already had a frost. Oh, I was telling you that I tiled the coop, the chicken coop. Yesterday I put tiles. I took out everything that was in the coop, cleaned the floor-ish, and then I put tiles down. So now my chicken coop is totally rat-proof. I went to the, it's not a thrift store, it's right next to the thrift store. It's right next to the thrift store. It's like a construction thrift store. So it's like construction people can donate their items there, and then you can go there to buy like lumber and like other like tiles and hardwood floor and old furniture. It's like got a lot of antique furniture. But there's a lot of like stuff like that. Yeah, that's better. That's a little fuller. Cute. Anyway, I went to that store and I found tiles, and they were 50 cents a piece, and I bought 80 tiles, which was overkill for sure. I think that monstera should live in here still. For sure I overkilled on the amount of tiles I needed, like I have so many left. But I bought tiles, and I took everything out of the chicken coop, cleaned the coop, and then I put the tiles down, and then I put diatomaceous earth, which is like blended up fossils of very old creatures, which seems super weird that we use that as like chicken mite killer, but it kills chicken like mites and lice. Why? If I could do anything about it, I would, but I'm not trying to catch a fly right now. Going to listen as I shower. Sounds good, Dina. Sorry about your wrist. I'm still looking for the body of a 20-year-old and the shape to go with it. Yeah, I wish I could just swap out my wrists for a 20-year-old's wrists. Give me some post-apocalyptic future where I can do that. I'm joking. Anyway, I put the tile down. I plugged all of the holes where the rat had gotten in. When I took the flooring out of the chicken coop that I had put down prior, it had been fully chewed. It had been the rat had chewed all the way through all of the wooden floor, like in multiple places. So freaky for sure, because ew, it was chewing wood to get to my chickens. Luckily, none of my chickens had gotten hurt. None of my chickens, I don't keep chicken food in the coop anymore because that rat was getting in. Oh, you're making a root? You're so small. Okay, we'll give you a chance. I thought that was just a leaf, but it's got a root on it. I'm wearing earbuds, and that fly is practically flying into... Oh no, you can hear it too? I'm so sorry, that's so much worse. Ugh, that's so much worse. I didn't know you could hear it. Although that makes sense, it's climbing on the thing with the speaker. I don't know how to make it not go... It's literally standing right next to the webcam. I got nothing. I got nothing for you right now. If it gets to a point where you're like, I hate your channel now, then let me know and I'll do something. I don't know what I'll do because it's a frickin' fly, but it's on the way. Go away! Oh, I thought it worked. I thought it left the room. Go away! Maybe if I just I think it's the warmth and the buzzing of the computer. You know, like how they make some kind of sound. We can't hear it necessarily, but I bet the fly can hear it and it sounds nice. You know, like when you turn off your car in the summer and you come outside and then there's hornets around the front of your car? Like they can hear something and smell something that we can't. I'm sure that's the situation the fly is in. Must smell juicy. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so the coop has now been winterized. I put the tile down. I put all the furniture. First I put the tile down and then I put, tell it, made the next casting call. Yeah, my people will contact your people. It'll be dead in 24 hours. Not the people, the fly. Laura, use your words. I put the tile floor in. The coop is now winterized. I put wooden walls all on the inside of the coop. So the outside of the coop is like a metal shed. The inside of the coop looks wooden now. And there's tile floor. On top of the tile, there's a thick layer of wood chips. So that why are you not? Stay standing. There's a thick layer of wood chips, and then I put logs all around the interior edges of the shed, so that there's it looks like a log cabin on the inside. I wanted the girls, they're gonna be stuck inside a lot. It's cold in the winter. So I tried to make it a little bit more fun. And I put like things, like I hung up a swing in there. I cleaned out all their nesting boxes and put fresh stuff in them, and I hung a pole for them to roost on. They have like their actual roosting thing, like their roosting area, but I don't know. It's cute. I'll show you sometime. I'll get some video. You haven't started rotting. Are you gonna make roots? There's sometimes I take a cutting and I'm like, you're not gonna root, but I'll keep you just in case. Do you ever do that? And yeah, so now the coop is winterized. It's ready. Ready for the snow, ready for the cold. Come on, let go. There. I have so many of these little peperomia ruby ripples, because when my plant was very big, I took 1 million cuttings. And lots of them rooted, which is awesome. Who could live in this little jar? I mean, I know you're living in here happily, but I'm pulling you out now. You're being swapped. There. Yeah, so now the coop is ready for winter. The chickens are stoked. I came into the coop last night to put them away with Alex, and they were all on the roosting bar. They've been sleeping kind of on the nesting boxes throughout much of fall. They've just decided that's where they wanted to go, and I don't really care, so I was letting them. I have a little leaf. You go in there. But I don't want them sleeping in the nesting boxes, because then they poop in there, and then that makes more work for me. And that's not a problem in summer. It really doesn't bother me, but I don't want to have to go do a bunch of chicken cleaning labor in the wintertime, because it's going to be cold, and I don't like being cold. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with the turnout of it. I think it was a good decision to put the tile in. I think it looks good, and I think it also is keeping them safe from the rat. And I mean, it's on top of a wooden floor, so maybe that means there's more insulation now too, because it was just wood, and then underneath the wood was like clay and gravel. So now it's going to be wood, tile, wood chips. There's just an extra layer of coziness. Oh yay! It's got roots on it. This is a Hoya pubicalis. It's one of my mom's, well, it is my mom's plant that I have a cutting from. I broke a leaf off of my mother plant. LOL. Not my mother's mother plant, my mother plant. They're both from my mother. My mother owns the mother plant, and I have a mother plant that is from my mother, but this is not the mother plant. This is just a leaf cutting. And we'll shove you into this terrarium, and you can live here until you are a full Hoya, or until I'm bored next and want to do another terrarium. Okay, I can't see the fly right now, so that's a good sign. What else was I going to say? I had something else I wanted to talk about. The fly is my co-host, LOL. Between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Well, that's reasonable time. Anybody else have an opinion about the stream time as I build my little home for plants? Laura's home for plants. I feel like I just want to start planting some of these cuttings in here, just because they're not doing a lot in the water. I have this, here, I'll show you what it is. I have this rooting water. You see, it's just all roots. At the top, there's no leaves. These are just tissue cultures. So they were little areas of the plant that had nodes but didn't have a leaf. So it's got a little bit of plant, but not a lot of, it doesn't have any leaf. So I think I'll plant a few of those in here. What I do when the roots are really long is I just tie them in a knot, and then I plant them, like I'll plant it like this. That way I only have to worry about making a hole that big. Terrarium tips and tricks with Laura. I don't know why I'm feeling sassy. after this, I'm gonna make lunch for Alex and I, and we're gonna have ham sandwiches. Oh, I guess I do eat. Oh wait, no. Oil. I was gonna say, what's in mayo? Whatever's in mayo, if it's animal products. I know it's egg, but I don't know that, is there cream things? Let me see, earlier is better for me usually. Okay, good to know. In your white room with bright lights, think of God making the earth. Lol, if I made the earth in 7 days, we'd have way more platypus-like animals, that's for sure. Also, 7 days is a metaphor, even if you're like a biblical person. 7 days is a metaphor, just know that. It's not literally 7 days, it's just seven, the week has 7 days in it. They were trying to make it relative to people. Gosh. Anthropology. If you need to take a degree and you don't know what degree to take anthropology. You'll learn a whole heck of a lot about things that you didn't really care about, but also you're like, wow, interesting. The Bible is a book. Teach me about what the world looked like when it was written. Which is crazy if you go take an anthropology class and learn what the world was like. Anyway, I think I may have blocked someone by mistake. Oh no! Who'd you block? Like in here? And also, I love the picture of it being like a white room that I didn't even think of that. Come, children, learn to plant. I am actually a cult leader. It's a plant cult. To join the cult, you have to buy at least one plant more than you need. I found a caterpillar. What are you doing in here, you? This isn't the place for you. You're gonna hurt my plants. You're so small. No way. Are you a hornworm? What? A baby hornworm. You're not even green yet. Okay, you can live here. I know you're gonna destroy some stuff, but I forgive you. I forgive you already. You know what I'll do is I'll put you in a container so that I can show everybody what you look like, but not right now because my hands are dirty and they won't even see. You stay there, okay? So cute. Plus, he won't eat any of these plants. Yeah, it's raining and I was wiping my phone trying to figure it out. No matter how long he needed, his stable surely looked like... I would hope so. I hope there was a mess. I hope if there was a creator making us, I hope that it was chaos for him too. Because we are chaotic. We are a chaotic group. We the humans. What do you do? Destroy everything. Oh. When do you do it? All the time. Feels like a bit of a flawed design, just saying. You'd think we'd all be on the same team. Considering if we all had the same maker, like you'd think that they'd make us want to be on the same team. Like, hello. Like, can't you help a brother out? I guess not this time around. Maybe not. I thought I was missing messages. You might be on top chat instead of live chat. I've done that before, where I thought people weren't even here, and they were. The messages just weren't showing up because they were not coming in my top chat. Who knows? If you saw that comment thing that looked like it was held for review, you didn't block it. It showed. Okay, Ficus is in there now. Little Ficus. Hello, little Ficus. Grow away, darling. Do your thing. Do your thing. All right, I think that's a pretty good start. Oh, where'd you go? Good, you're still there. Sorry, there's a caterpillar. I'm going to add a little bit of moss, which for those of you who keep plants that keep dying because they dry out, go outside into your backyard or into the local garden or into the forest, whatever you have access to. Find some moss. They're in the shade. They're there. No matter where you live, you can find moss. If they can find it in the Alps, if the ibex, which is some variety of deer type thing, if an ibex can find moss in the dead of winter in the Alps, then you can find some moss wherever you live. Anyway, collect some moss and put it around the base of your plant, and your plant will say thank you. Well, it won't say anything, it's a plant, but it'll like grow happier. Sorry, I'm just like all over. Okay, and now I have this terrarium, which has my cuttings from my Hoya, because my goal already? Oh, I'm so proud of you. This is only like 2 weeks old, and Hoya grow frickin' slow. None of the rest of them have any. Anyway, I don't know what I was saying. Be nice to one another. I'm God building the earth. Do unto others as you should have done unto you. An eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. You know, you've heard the thing. This is not that channel, by the way. If you just checked in now, I'm joking a lot. This is not that channel. Yes, I'm happy for whatever you believe. I'm not preaching. I got an aloe plant and it didn't die in over a month. Well done. Jeez Louise, that's very well done. I struggle with aloe. I don't even keep them here because I'll kill them. They're in the plant, they're in our spare bedroom, which is now another plant room. I call it pet room because it's got like a pee pad for Thunder, it's got a bed area for the cat, it's got a whole bunch of plants and a humidifier. It's like a really nice zen place. I figure when we are not home, it's a nice place that they can go to feel safe and where they both get to feel safe. It's not just like for one pet or the other. But yeah, I keep my aloe in there because if I keep it here, I overwater it and I kill it 100% of the time, every time. I do not have strength to leave my cacti alone. I can't leave plants alone. I keep them always watered. So I need things that are not gonna die if I water them, essentially. So at this point, what I'm doing is I have this vase, this glass vase, and I'm just filling it with cuttings that I broke off during our terrarium build. So I have lots of cuttings rooting in water. Comme ça. Actually, why don't we plant some of those? Because I really do want them to succeed. I care about these ones. These little cuttings are my oxalis cuttings. Thank God for Nancy, because Nancy from Nova Scotia told me that these plants can root by cutting, and I had never heard of that before. So when I was like pruning my Oxalis triangularis, this one, when I was pruning it, I was just throwing out the cuttings, not knowing that I could just put them in a terrarium and they would root into whole new plants, which is honestly such a joy. Watching a plant that has the thickness of like a bean sprout turn into a whole new plant, it's beautiful. Thanks for the live today. Work is horribly boring and the day drags. It was so nice to have friends to talk with. Oh, Brittany, I'm glad. Me too. I'm glad it was nice to hang out for you. It's been nice for me as well. Not that I'm done yet. You're trying to tell me to leave? Hello? Rude? I'm just kidding. For real though. It is nice to do this with friends as opposed to just... Don't get me wrong, I do enjoy doing this alone. This is like one of my alone time things where like, because Alex doesn't care for plants how I do, so it's not like I can sit and talk with him because he doesn't care to do that while I'm doing this, I mean. But knowing that you guys aren't finding it like mind-numbing to watch me plant plants feels really good. I'm glad you're here. I got a 3-gallon glass jar with a lid that's really short and wide. Maybe I should grow... Yeah, T. Wait, 3 gallons. How big is 3 gallons? Hold on. Ugh, so heavy. Do you know how big this one is? I don't know how big this is. It's not labeled. But I grow things in here too. Actually, let's check if there's room for anything in here. Not particularly. Maybe I'll remove that peperonia also. I just keep pulling these out. This roots so well. All of these are made by single leaf cuttings that I put in. Maybe I'll just put some of my weaker plants in there now, because this one has a really good high humidity. No, you definitely should. I don't know how big 3 gallons is, but the answer is 100% yes. Is there anything growing out of this? Are you the top or the bottom? Who's to say? See? It works everywhere. Who's to say? This is warm in here. Like, it's warm. I'll go look for lizard eggs in the potted plants at the store. Yes, you should. Indeed, you should. Just ask if they're from Florida. Because when I called and said, I found lizard eggs, it's so cool, they were like, we recommend that you destroy them. They are from Florida. We don't know what they could be. And I was like, I will take your advice into consideration. Literally, those are the words I said. And they were like, and they called me back and they were like, can you send us photos? And I was like, mm-hmm. And then I sent them photos and they were like, we really don't know if you should keep them. And I was like, but I am keeping them. And then they were like, and then that was the end. And now I have a lizard egg. And ain't nobody taking it away from me. Oh my God, that is stiff. Are you growing a new plant? You are doing well, my friend. Ooh, you are. Check this out. Hold on a sec. Let me pull it out. I don't want to damage anything. Any root systems that may be attempting. Oh, you're doing so great, sweetie. My watermelon peperomias are making a comeback, which makes me happy. Okay, apparently I'm just taking apart this terrarium too. Let's just do all of it. It's terrarium day. It wasn't supposed to be, but here we are. I need to pot these up. All of my pothos are requesting a new lifestyle. They're over it. Well, these are actually doing really okay. Note to self, peperomia, watermelon peperomia really want to live in high humidity. Did I know this already? Yes. Hold on, what's happening here? These are two separate things. What are you doing? Why do you look like you're the same thing? I am confused. Well, I guess you're just going to be the same thing again. That's fine. You guys can live together. No shade. What the frick? This plant is rooting a different plant. You can't do that. That's illegal. My plant is rooting a different plant. It's growing a new plant, but the plant it's growing is not the plant that the leaf is. 12 liters is 4 gallons, I think. It's like a punch bowl, but with a better lid. No, you could totally grow stuff in there, for sure. Plus it's short, you're saying? So that would be great for something like a moss garden. Go get some moss. That's so fun. I love finding new glass jars. This glass jar was actually Alex's in my memory jar. Like, it had all of our movie tickets and stuff. And then I decided, I think I don't care about our memories right now. I want to put plants in there. And Alex was like, where are you going to put all of the stuff from the memory jar? And I put it all in a drawer. And it was just fine. And nobody was hurt. And everything was okay. How about you? Yeah, roots. I love finding roots on things. That makes me feel very nice. There's another peperomia. Okay, fingers crossed we can get these peperomia to grow to full size and turn pink again. You can see on this one leaf, we've got some good pink, but the actual color of the leaf when it's got full sun and good amount of humidity and stuff, it's this beautiful bright pink. I'm in so much pain today. Oh, I'm sorry. I had a cavity filled that has now formed, oh no, that's now formed an abscess. That's the worst. Well, I'm glad that it's fun for you too, because I'm having a good time. I like chit-chatting and hanging out. Okay, so I've got 4 of the same type of peperomia. And I'm going to put them all together so that they make one healthy, strong plant. when they're ready to come out of a terrarium, which is not yet. Sorry, girls. In you go. 1, 2, 3, where's number 4? Oh, right there, good. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, I love terrariums. You never have to water them. They just provide so much for so little. Like, they don't really require much of you. You fill them up, you walk away. Not that I walk away, I look at them every day. Honestly, this is why I think I stopped getting into collecting lizards. Originally, when Alex and I were young in our dating life, I was really interested in the idea of having many, many lizards. But like, I like staring at everything. I love having all of my plants on display where I can stare at them. And the more lizards you get, the more likely it is that you're going to end up with one of those walls of drawers full of snakes. And I could end up that person fairly easily, I'm sure. But instead, terrariums. Okay, and look at this begonia baby. Is it not so cute? Look at the little silver places on it will turn pink eventually. Isn't that nice? Unfortunately, currently this begonia is far too small to live outside of a terrarium. Too small indeed. Far too delicate. Would love a terrarium tutorial. Oh, I don't... But you have to know what you're doing for that. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just putting things into dirt. That's not true. I'm self-deprecating. I really do know what I'm doing with terrariums. I've figured it out over the last 2 years that now I feel pretty confident saying that I am a terrarium connoisseur, if you will. A terrarium tutorial, huh? I'll need to buy a new terrarium because I've just filled all of these. And by buy, I mean go on Facebook Marketplace and find someone who's giving away an aquarium and then fill it with plants. But that sounds fun. Little spotty guy. What's the same thing as the one I showed you before, the pink one? It's the same thing. That's just the baby version, which is so fun. Oh, I'm so proud of these watermelons. These have been really hard to grow, and they're harder to come by now, the watermelon peperomia, because they're easy to grow in a greenhouse setting, but when people bring them home, they die because they need a lot more humidity than it looks like. Like, they feel pretty tough when you're, like, they've got a good tough texture, but they're not a tough plant. They really do require quite a bit of humidity. It's mostly just the humidity. They don't require a lot of care, just a lot of humidity. Did I say humidity? How about humidity? Okay, hold on. Just gotta get these pushed into a hole. There's one for you. My grow light that is lighting up that back corner is both a godsend and a curse. It's a godsend because all of my plants are well lit now, and it's a curse at the same time because now I won't stop. There is nothing to stop me from having all of the plants. I now have a grow light. I can keep them all alive. Like last winter, I was worried because I had started collecting plants, but it's dark and cold in Canada in the winter, and I was like, they're all gonna die. I bought all these things and they're all gonna die. This winter, I have no fear. None of them will die. Where will you go? You can go in here. We'll just have a little peperomia party. Begonia peperomia party. I love this one. This is a perfect size. This is from, I believe, Real Canadian Superstore or Walmart. It's it's just a big glass jar, but it's really convenient as a terrarium. It's a nice size. I also have this pine cone that has now been in my terrariums for over a year. I brought it home because it had moss on it in the forest. The moss has died and come back. It's just a pine cone. Isn't that neat? I feel like it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. What I think of as a lot of fun and what you think of as a lot of fun doesn't need to be the same thing, okay? A pine cone covered in moss, a lot of fun. Going to a live music show, not a lot of fun. Taking cuttings off of my plants, lots of fun. Okay, and then I have my begonia Fedor. I think I'll put you back in here too. I want to call it Fyodor because Alex calls it that, but that's not what it is. It's Fedor, but there's a name Fyodor, and it's Fyodor. I don't know how to say it without pronouncing it with Alex's Russian accent. Fyodor. Fedor. It's a person's name. Where is Fyodor from?
Well, I don't know the root of it.
Where's Fyodor from?
Well, there's a name like that in Russia.
I mean the person that you know.
Oh, he's a mutual friend that we met at a party.
Yeah. Where's he from?
Russia.
He's from Russia?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's a Russian name then. You're making me hungry for pepperoni pizza. Your holy grow light. Aww. Why am I making you hungry for... Oh, pepperomia. I had pepperoni pizza the day before yesterday. Who else? Who shall live here? You need to be potted, but I feel like I need one more to put you with. Oh, right. I have all of these other cuttings that can go into a terrarium. I am a plant hoarder, but that's okay. I'm hungry. Or I'm nauseous. I can't really tell. I'm either very hungry or nauseous, but I don't think I'm very hungry. So I guess I must be nauseous. Lol. How do we only know our bodies so vaguely? I think I'm nauseous or hungry. How can you not know? This is my begonia Fedor. What happens to it when it doesn't get enough light? It turns, I'm trying to look for a healthy one. It turns all silver. A healthy one has a lot more green to it, you see? Do you guys have any questions, by the way? I don't know if this is this type of scenario where I can say, ask me questions, because I'm just chilling. If you have questions, I'll happily answer them. What are you? Why are you doing this? What are you? Are you a pest? Or is it just dirt from my hands? Probably it's just dirt. Okay, you can go there. Host a plant swap. Oh, that would be amazing. How? How do you swap plants? I only know how to do it locally. And that's where I put my plant underneath a shelter outside, and then I go back out later and there's a different plant underneath that shelter. That's what I know. You know what would be fun? If I did a tutorial workshop, because I have so many plants now, I could just take cuttings of all of the pretty ones and then let them root for a couple of weeks and then have a bunch of people over. Not a big bunch because of Corona, but I could have a bunch of people over and then I can let them build terrariums with my cuttings, and then they go home with a terrarium and I go home with money. Wouldn't that be fun? What plants like terrariums and very little sunlight? Like none. Plants that are in terrariums still would like to be in a window. Mostly, I think. Ferns. Ferns love terrariums and don't need a lot of sun. Who else loves terrariums? All these peperomias have thrived in terrarium settings. Like for me, I've not had any luck outside of a terrarium the way that I have. Do you have any fall garden plans? No, not really. I had Alex rototill me some gardens, so I have new gardens for next spring, but nothing for the fall. I'm new to outside gardening, Nika, and unfortunately, since it's my first real year with a backyard having any idea about gardening, I didn't really get a chance to put anything in the ground. But I did plant a corkscrew willow outside, as well as a gin, what's the gin that I like? Elderberry. Elderflower. I planted an elderberry. Is it elderberry tree or elderflower tree? It depends which part you think you're harvesting, right? Because if you want to harvest the flowers, then you would call it an elderflower tree. If you want to harvest the berries, then it would be an elderberry. Either way, it doesn't fit on any windowsills. What about a little table? Like this one, or this one, or this one. Like a little table next to a window. What's low light also though? Like, because I have all my plants you can see right up against the window, but like this terrarium is maybe 8 feet away from the window. So like, is that far enough? Is that like, do you have something that's within 8 feet of a window? Because that terrarium is doing just fine and it's 8 feet away from a window. You should stay in here, I think. And I think that's probably good. I just need some moss. One recommend is if you do terrariums for your plants, add moss, because if you don't, you have a bigger chance of having root rot and just like general rot of the leaf because it's too humid. The moss seems to like suck up anything that is too much without taking anything that it shouldn't. Moss is such a gentle, beautiful plant. I honestly, before I got into plants, I got into terrariums. Like last year, all winter, I was just collecting moss from out in the forest and putting it in terrariums and enjoying watching the moss grow. I really do like it. It's a very neat little plant. It's prehistoric, or not prehistoric. I mean, everything that is, whatever. It's one of the oldest varieties of plant because it doesn't flower. It doesn't even root. Moss doesn't have any roots. It sits on top of whatever it's growing on, and the moss itself absorbs the water. Moss can't survive without free flow water. Free flowing. It can't survive without water actually touching its leaves because it doesn't have roots. Moss does not have a root structure or a root system. It absorbs the humidity through its actual like pores or something, which I think is so interesting. I love things that have been around forever. Probably why I love the chickens, why I've always loved lizards. I love things that don't need us and don't really want us. It's like humans are the problem. Isn't that cool? Maybe I'll put a little ficus in there just for some climbing fun. Just to give some, just a little bit of interest onto the side. Everybody likes a little interest. Any other sticks around here? No. All right, terrarium number 4 finished. Back under the window you go. Also, check out my Scindapsus pictus. It's been growing so well. I just tucked it into the shelf like a month ago. And look how she's doing. Isn't she cute? A little Scindapsaruni. She's so cute. Look at all those leaves coming out. There's like 6 growth points on this plant. I'm very proud of this one. Proud of how hard she's working making new leaves. I'm also so happy that CJ has lost interest in my plants because he was like a plant murderer. I collected heaps of hazelnuts. Oh, cool! I'm meeting someone this evening to collect some walnuts. They have a walnut tree and they put it on the plant sharing group. Anybody want some walnuts? And I was like, hi. So she's gonna give me them. And some Osage oranges. Some kind of orange I've never heard of. But it's not like an orange. I think it is citrus, but it grows here, so it's not real citrus because it's cold here. We don't get real citrus. But oh, I do have a real citrus. Do you see this right here? It's a lemon tree. It's like a 20-something-year-old lemon tree. Hold on. Skindaparino. Words are hard. Walnut dye video. I have one already, but I'll do another one. But I think this one I might do some like this shirt or something. I don't really wear white. This morning when I was like, I'm gonna go on stream, I should put on adult clothes because I was wearing my pajamas. And then this was in the closet and I was like, that's cute. I don't know that I've ever worn this. So I put it on and I was like, oh, it's cozy. So I'm happily wearing it, but I'm pretty sure it's 100% cotton, so I will see if I can dye it. Not a bad idea though. Monkey brains, hold on. It's also called monkey brains tree, used for stock fences. Really? Monkey brains tree. I can't, ew, kind of. Yeah, I can see. It's kind of a gross looking fruit. That'd be cool. The walnut dye is my favorite. I think it's my favorite too, honestly. It's so beautiful. the colors that come out of walnut dye. Sorry, I'm just adding another Peperomia Ruby Ripple to my little thing. Also, you can see there's like a giant, like an adult leaf. You can see this one's green, all the new ones are red. That leaf is the cutting from which the whole baby plant came out of. And I've tested it with this variety of Peperomia. I can cut this, like this leaf was the original leaf. This baby plant came out of it. I can break this leaf off, put it in water, and it'll do it again and again. I don't know how, but it keeps making clones. Like that poor plant. Next time I don't think I'll do it again. That's probably exhausting, making a whole new plant. Good thing we don't anthropomorphize plants too much, or I would be basically torturing that one Peperomia. But it's okay, I'm not. That'd be cool. The walnut is my favorite, yes. It's a thorny tree. Oh, I just looked at it online when they said I have walnuts and Osage oranges. I was like, I don't know what those are, so I googled Osage? It's O-S-A something. I don't know what the rest of the word is because I can't remember. I think it's Osage. Anyway, I was looking at it and it said you can get a golden dye from it. So I said yes, out of golden dye. And then when I went to the store yesterday where I bought the tiles, it's not a store, it's like a yard. When I went to the yard yesterday where I bought the tiles, they had a basket of them that I had never seen before. So I knew that's what it was because it was labeled, but I had never seen them. Like I know now that I've never seen them before. But it said that they, what's the opposite of attract? Repel. They repel flies and mosquitoes. So, and people use them in like potpourri bowls. Okay, now B has a new plant. B Lazy's little Peperomia Ruby Ripple. All planted and ready to go. No, B Lazy's is the tricolor. Jesus Louises. Oh yeah, I found a little piece of ivy. You can grow somewhere. You're little. You can grow in here if you want. My variegated creeping ivy. Osage. Okay, is it Osage? Osagi? Osage? Probably Osage, because sage is like a strong word. Osage. Probably Osage. Osage? Hold on. I've lost all but 6 beet plants. That's annoying. But we had so much rain and clouds, the next weeks won't be ready till spring. I have winter windows, but it's dark and rainy every day and no south-facing windows. That's annoying. I'm sorry. Nika. Is it Nika? Am I saying it right, by the way? Is it Nika? Nika Jin or is it Nika Jin? Anyway, fall beets in grow bags, but the squirrels destroyed them, burying walnuts. I've had many a squirrel in my vegetable garden, which was like nicely rototilled for me, not for them. But they're in my garden planting walnuts, and they won't remember because that's how walnut trees happen, is that squirrels forget. So my plan is next spring, I will, first I'll be careful when I'm going through the garden to see if any of them rooted, and if they did, then I'll plant them. Because in the wild, that's how things got planted, but there is no wild anymore. The world is on fire, so instead I will plant them, and that way those black walnuts will still stand a chance. That being said, I do live in basically a forest of black walnut trees. Almost all the trees in my forest are black walnut or, what else do we have? I think we have a lot of poplar. We have a little bit of trembling aspen. I didn't even know that was around here. Like, I don't know plants, wild tree plants as much as I know other things, but I think we have trembling aspen because, sorry, the fly came back. And some birch. I love birch trees. I love the weeping birch. Good on you for getting it right the first time. Oh, thank you. Nika is right. Okay, cool. Yeah, I want one of those weeping birch trees that like they always look like it just rained, even though it didn't. Or they look like it never rained before, you know, like it's so hot. I love those trees. My parents have one, and I don't know how to propagate it, but maybe that'll be a good idea for spring. I can propagate some of them. My dad's been growing black walnuts, like from seed. He grew a whole bunch of black walnuts from seed. English walnuts, sorry. My parents have English walnuts. I have black walnuts. Black walnuts are more common. They have English walnuts. It's different, Laura. So people come and they want to buy the tree that my parents have, but it's like 100-year-old tree. You can't buy it. Sorry, I can't do more than a couple of things at a time. So anyway, because people have been asking about it for the last couple of years, my dad put a couple of the little rooted plants into plant pots, and then my mom took care of them over summer, and now it looks like bada bing bada boom, they've got some walnut trees. So they might sell them. I don't think they will, because it took so long to grow them. I bet you that they'll just, when you fall in love with something, it's really hard to part with, especially when people want to like negotiate the price. Like my mom, we have like 150 fig trees right now in my basement, because my parents live on a farmhouse and their farmhouse doesn't have a basement, and our basement has a cold cellar, excuse me. And so we store there overwinter plants. Like I have all my mom's begonias, and I don't know all of the other varieties of plants, but there's a bunch of other varieties that I have for them. And among that are the black walnuts and the fig trees. And it's about 150 fig trees at this point, and they've been growing for years. My mom doesn't sell things, like my mom sells plants because she's a farmer and she makes plants. But like her plants that are not annuals, so like when she sells tomatoes and stuff, obviously they're this year's crop of tomatoes, but when they are like fig trees, they're like several years of growth she devotes to these plants that don't care that she did it. But sorry, I'm trying to decide what should be potted in this. Maybe some of these. Anyway, so these fig trees that she's been growing for years, like honestly, years, and these plants are spectacular. All of them make figs, which is important when it's a fig tree, but they all make figs already. Normally, like when you get a fig tree from a grocery store or wherever you buy a fig tree otherwise, they're not producing yet. Like you buy a baby fig tree, or you spend a lot of money and you buy a big producing tree. So my mom doesn't charge a lot because she loves it. So like it's for her, she doesn't really get the market value of it. She more cares about like how much enjoyment she gets through the growth of the plants. Anyway, people, when they come and try and buy these figs, they'll be like, can I have it for $10? And Mom will be like, you can't even go to the garden center and get it for $10. This plant is 5 years old, and I grew it from a seed, from a fig, from my tree, from Italy. Like, no, like this is like literally, like my mom has these plants that are, I don't even know how to explain, they're stunning. Like they're spectacular fig trees. They're like 5 and 6 feet tall, and they're years old, and they've been treated perfectly for our climate. Like they're not like imported figs. Like you can get a lot of fig trees that are like greenhouse grown, and when they're greenhouse grown, no shade to any greenhouse or anything, I mean, not like they're watching, but when they're greenhouse grown and then you bring them outside into the outside world, they can struggle. Like things struggle, just like when you bring a plant home from the store. The first week it looks great. The second week you're like, what did I do? Well, same thing with these figs. They're like, my mom grew them from nothing into these spectacular plants, but they're also hardy here because they're generations old. It's not like she just has a cutting from one plant or something. It's like she grew them for years from seeds from plants that live here, from seeds from plants that live here. So so people will be like, can I have it for $10? And I've gotten mad. Like I've been there when someone said that, just because I hang out with my parents. And it like makes me rage, because it's like, you want this item that is 5 years old, that took active participation to get it to 5 years old. It's not like that wine is any less valuable or whatever. Put outside, brought inside, put outside. And it's just like people who want things don't recognize the amount of green witch love that goes into all of the things that my mom grows. It makes me rage way more than it makes her rage. My mom's just like, oh, they just don't know. They just don't know it takes a long time. That's all. People just don't really know unless they know. And in my head, I'm like, if you're driving all the way out to a farm in the middle of nowhere to buy a fig tree, you should probably know that a fig tree is like you should know things. I don't know. I would kill for a 5-year-old fig established in my region and climate. Exactly! And not just that, but it is from, okay, so we had a neighbor growing up who was like Italian, like he was from Italy. He built his house on our street, like he was a bricklayer Italian man, built the house that his wife wanted on my family street, and he would go to Italy to visit, and he brought my mom back tomatoes, because back when that used to happen, it wasn't a problem. So he brought my mom back tomatoes, and he brought her back figs, and she saved the seeds from the figs and those tomatoes, and she still has them. Like she still keeps those tomatoes going, and they're named this man's name tomatoes. Like my mom keeps them going every year, and she makes sure they don't cross-pollinate. Like she really cares for them. And this man gave her these figs and grew them. So they're Italy fancy-dancy figs that have been acclimatized to here over the last 15-20 years. So yeah, I don't know. They're how do you explain that to someone quickly? Like, oh no, they're special. That's why they cost. And it's not even like she's charging a lot of money. Like I'm pretty sure it's like $25 or $30 is what she's charging for these 5-year-old fig trees, and people will be like, can I have it for 10? And it's like, I hate people. I hate watching my mom have other people act. They don't know. I know they're not trying to be mean or anything. They don't know. People don't know, and when people don't know things, they try to get a good deal, and I get that, but like, oh God, the rage. That being said, my mom said I could keep one of the figs next year when we return them. So, because we have them over winter, we keep them. Oh, that's not sealed. I thought that was a sealed container. Now I've just made it. Oh, please don't. Please, not today. That was a bad thing. I regret the thing that I did. Okay, hold on. I did a bad thing. Okay, that's fine. Everything's fine. It's okay. Anyway, I'm keeping a fig tree is the point. My friend just paid $60 for a fig tree. Yeah, and that was from a grocery store or a garden center where they just grow en masse. That being said, I guess my mom kind of grows en masse. Like I have 150 trees in my basement right now. So that's kind of en masse, isn't it? I want one next year though, because I want to have a patio next year. We have like this patio outside, and it's like nice and cute and little, and I want to put plants out to make it nice. What are we gonna do here? Okay, let's start organizing what we've got. We've got rooted, cuttings in water, cuttings in water, cuttings in water, water, plant pot. Oh, string of turtles. Hello. Hello, little friend. Welcome to the machine. I don't know what I was talking about. My mom's a dope gardener and great mom. Awesome lady. Love that lady. Shout out to my mom! I'm just kidding, I'm not that YouTuber, but like, you know when people talk about people in videos and then they're like, shout out to... Oh, you know what? I have a shout out because I've been editing my video on clay. I'm working on a video right now. Are you the top or the bottom? That's not the question. That's not the video. The video I'm working on right now is how to make clay pots, because I don't know if you guys already knew, because I've said it enough times. I make clay pots now, like this pot, I made it. I dug dirt out of my backyard. I refined the dirt so that the clay was out of the dirt. Also, apologies if you're experiencing any issues with connectivity right now. My streaming service seems to be not perfect, so be advised it will probably correct itself, but if it doesn't, I'm sorry. Stop, fly! Anyway, I refined the clay out of the soil from my backyard, and then I tempered it and did all the things, and then I turned it into a pot, and then I fired it in my fireplace. Could you frickin' fly? Of course, as soon as I like get up to threaten it, it does what flies do, and it flies. Anyway, working on that video, and I've been getting a lot of help for troubleshooting. I've been troubleshooting a lot of my issues with my pots, which is mostly like, you know, like the pot exploding in the fireplace, by Andy Ward. Andy Ward, ANDYWARD, Andy Ward. He is a archaeologist, anthropologist, anthropologist. I don't know. He does some type of physical anthropology work. I don't know if he's a professor or if he was a professor. I know he teaches classes, but I don't know in what capacity he teaches classes. Like, I don't know if it's through a school or if he just does it because he loves it. He's definitely educated on it. Like, he knows a lot about the history of Arizona pottery, like pottery in Arizona, and he knows a lot about the indigenous communities that made the pottery. Like, he has a lot more information than like the average person. So that's why I'm fairly sure he's educated in it. I don't know if he's Dr. Andy Ward or whatever, but he's definitely educated. Yep, in my fireplace in the house. This one was in my fireplace in the house. I can show you when I was doing it outside in the summer, it was inconsistent. So in the summer, when I did it outside, I was getting these different colors going. I had like black and orange. When I did it in the house, where all the temperature was more controllable, this is the color I got. What's so fun is I can show you the clay that I'm working with. I have some here. I regret things I did. Here's a little baggie. This is the color the clay is when I'm working with it, and after it comes out of the fireplace, that's the color it is. Isn't that neat? How cool. Well, now I'm getting more successful at it. I ground up some rocks to add to the clay mixture so that it would have more body. And the rock that I chose to grind up was a red iron silica. It's just like sand mixed with iron ore, and over time it rusts. But anyway, Andy Ward is where I've been getting a lot of my troubleshooting help from, like mixing in rock. Because mine kept breaking every time I would fire it. Every time I would put it in the fire. I don't know if I could really call it firing because there was not a lot of sense to it. I just put them in the fire. But they kept exploding. They kept breaking. And that was a bummer, obviously. So I went onto his channel, and he had a video on troubleshooting with your pottery, and it was very helpful. And one of his things was add sand. Grind up some rock and add it to your clay mixture, and it should help. So I did. I didn't listen to what his percentage of sand was. I honestly have no idea how much he said to add, and I don't know how much I added. I didn't measure. I just added it until it felt right. But it worked. Adding it until it felt right worked. So I added some red rocks that I found at my parents' house, ground them up in my mortar and pestle, and added them to the clay, and then bada bing, bada boom, it all worked out. Where are you at, Nika? Globally. You don't have to be specific, but like where-ish are you at in the world? USA, greatest country in the world. Anybody else watch Borat, the new one? It came out. It was alright. I think they might have pushed it a little far in some points where I was like, I just don't think this is very funny. There were some parts that were funny though. I'm in Southern Ontario, for those of you just joining us. My name is Laura. This is the Last Minute Laura Morning Show, except it's not really the Last Minute Laura Morning Show. It's more like just a random live stream that's happening on Thursday. Usually my shows are on Wednesday. Okay, you're planted. You can go back to where you live. You can live here for now. I don't mind. You're invited. You live in here already. Anybody else live here? You live here. You can go up here. You can go over here. You live over there, but you can stay here for a little bit. Actually, no, I want you to have extra light. You should go back to your grow light. interesting over here? Sorry, I'm just checking in my plants to see if there's anything cool I can show you. Not really. I live in Oregon, the best of the states. I'm sorry that your state is on fire. I send cold Canadian vibes to you. In a good way though, like nice Canadian vibes. Nice cold, the good kind of cold. Like I send you Southern Ontario winter. None of that Ottawa business. So cold there. Okay, I think these have enough root now and enough water stored that they should be able to push out new growth. The problem is, I don't know if these are all the same kind of plant. I think you're different. You look different, so you can stay in here. The best of the states. What's Oregon like? Oregon's on the west coast because it's on fire, and the west coast is the one that's on fire. Oregon. Do you have mountains? Oregon's got mountains, right? As a Canadian, I make Canadians look bad when it comes to geography, that's for sure. I'm not a geographically inclined person. I leave that for Alex. This is all not gonna survive. That's fine, you can stay. Also, is the stream in terrible quality right now? Because it keeps flashing red to me. I also don't know how long we've been here. If it's getting boring for you, feel free to leave. I'm just still working on my plant stuff. So I'm still gonna stream. It's just gonna take me a little bit to, sorry, I just want to use my mouse, but my hand is so dirty. So I had to go get a towel. There we go. Alrighty then. I did a bad thing. Okay, I'm gonna stop the stream for 10 seconds just to see if it'll help with the internet, okay? So okay. That's the best I can do is hit restart. Okay, anything else I need to repot because we're here. Trying to decide if I should root these further. I think they're okay to plant up now, which makes me feel like I want to plant them up because I know there's other plants that are going to need to get rooted soon. So I'm going to get a plant pot with some more dirt in it so that I can plant these. I have a lot of cuttings to plant. What is that from? I don't know why I keep singing that. My little sister said it like once a long time ago, and now I can't get it out of my head. I did a bad thing. I regret the thing that I did. I have this box, which has soil in it. And also bits of plants. Okay. What are we going to do here? Let's check these ones, see if they need to be planted. So, how's it going? What's going on? Anybody doing anything interesting for the rest of the week? I think I'm gonna go see my sister-in-law. Since I got my negative test for the he who shall not be named virus, I think I'll go visit her. I have to call her to make sure that that's cool with her, because don't visit people without calling them unless you have that relationship, but you probably don't, even if you think that you do. So call or text. Hey, is it okay if I stop by? Don't just show up at people's houses. What are you doing? Crazy? That's my feelings anyway. Okay, you do not look well, friend. Are you all right? Is everything okay? Why are you struggling so much? You stay in the water. You need more roots also. How about you? Do you have roots? You're alright, but you're kind of sad looking. Well, we'll give you more time. How about you? Ooh, you look nice. Hey girl, hey. Will you root in here? Do you have enough strength? It's not a lot of root there. It's fine. You'll be okay. I'll put you underneath somebody else for strength and support. Yeah, I'm still talking to you guys. What's going on? Give me feedback so I know what's going on. Because if there's no feedback, I'm just muttering to myself here. Which is fine. Like, honestly, probably what I would be doing anyway. Am I right, though? How about you, Alex? Anything going on with you? Alex? Where'd he go? Baby? Are you home? I don't think he's home now. I mean, he probably is, but he's not currently beside me, so who's to say? See, it works so well, who's to say? All right, so I've got these cuttings in. How about you? Do you have enough roots? You have enough roots, you'll be okay. Because as long as I know how to love. How many hours have we been going now? Is it a weird amount of hours, or is it okay? I'm building a shelf today. That's cool. For what purpose? Like, what will the shelf be for? You know what I was saying to Alex last night? I want to buy new bedroom furniture. Like, we don't need a new bed, but we don't have enough clothing storage. We only have one, like, what is it called? Chest of drawers? That's not it. Oh, there they are. I knew I had more. We only have one, like, I don't know what the actual word is. In my head it's a chest of drawers, but that sounds so, like, elite. It's drawers. It's just a bunch of drawers. To go above the kitchen sink since it's my only south-facing window. Oh, cool! Oh. Awkward. He's working. That's why he wasn't answering. Because he's in a meeting. Taco. Anyway, I want to get new furniture for the bedroom. Like, the thing that holds clothes, that is drawers. But I feel like a chest of drawers is the wrong name. You don't look well, friend. I would really appreciate if you could root. That would make me happy. Please make roots. But yeah, I want to get a chest of drawers, and I want to get new side tables. And by new, I mean probably I want to look online at a thrift version, either buying it on Facebook or something like that. But that's something that I'm kind of in for. I feel like Alex's and my clothing gets so out of hand so quickly just because we don't have enough spaces to put it in. Like, we don't have a lot of clothing. I'm not like a clothing hoarder. the only new clothes I get are like hand-me-downs from my older sister because I don't like shopping. Like, it's not fun for me at all. Shopping for clothes there's never a time where I'm like, let's go clothes shopping. It's just not for me. And I think that's okay. I used to feel bad about it. Like, why don't I enjoy the things that my sisters like to do together? But, like, I enjoy going with them. I just don't want to try anything on, and I don't want to buy clothes. I just have no desire for that. Sorry, I'm just sticking in cuttings into this pot at the same time. I've got to pick nice looking one. Oh god. We also have a construction-y used materials thrift place. I have some really lovely scrap wood I need to make into useful things. That's cool. That's cool that you have them too. I'm glad that's not a only here thing. That's useful. That would be sad if it was an only here. Also, there's got to be so many construction materials that are, like, you know, going in the garbage. Okay, all these roots are rotten, but the plant isn't dying yet. So I'm just gonna keep them in the water. You try again. How about you? You look good. Ooh, you're pretty. Oh, look at how pretty and heart-shaped this one is. Oh, that should be the thumbnail somehow. How can I make this thumbnail? I feel like I want to make another small pot too though, with the little cuttings. Anyway, that's something I've got on my mind, is that I want to make or get bedroom furniture. It doesn't need to be new, just new to me. I just need more space for clothes. Honestly, more space for sweaters. Like, that's something that I have a lot of and not a lot of space for. Sweaters. And I don't plan on downsizing any of my sweaters, so do you see the problem here? Okay, I have a couple of these cuttings that are like super variegated that make me want to keep them together because they're like extra bright, and that feels like a good reason to keep some plants together, if you ask me. What about you? Like, this is just such a nice looking vine. I feel like I want to put it with, oh god, I'm just covered in dirt now. I want to put it with the plants that it matches with, you know? Also, am I speaking too quietly? Can you still hear me when I'm like muttering to myself? To you guys, I'm not muttering to myself, I'm muttering to you. I feel like I kind of want to bring this to my grandpa's house. He has these in his house, but they struggle because he is older and doesn't take care of them as much. So whenever I go there, I notice that they're not doing great. Like, they're not dying, they're just not living their best life. So maybe I'll bring him up a new vine of them, because this is from his plant. Like, these are all cuttings from my grandpa's. Well, they're cuttings from my plant, but they were a cutting at one point of his plant. Does that make sense? Well, who doesn't love blankets? Oh, infinite comfort items. I agree, Brittany. I need some ideas for something to make my hubby for Christmas. He likes to play video games, so I was thinking a small blanket for his lap. Well, that's a nice idea. Like a cross-legged cover blanket. That'd be nice. Or slippers, if he doesn't cross his legs while he's doing it. If he leaves his feet on the floor like a crazy person. I cross my legs like all the time. So I don't understand how people sit at their chairs with like their legs not crossed. Oh, you didn't make it? I'm sorry. Aw, jeez. I don't know about you. I don't think you guys are gonna make it. We'll give you another shot though. But yeah, a blanket sounds like a really nice gift for his lap. Plus, you know what you could do is I was just gonna say that, Nika, you could do something with pixels, like to make it like themed to either the video games he likes or just the theme of video games, or not at all. You could just make it something that you like so that he is always reminded of you and whatnot. Okay. Maybe the small pot will be big enough for this whole endeavor. Is that a bad idea? Wait, I have another pothos plant over here. I can pull it apart. Hold on. This one. Because you're not very special, I'm sorry, but you're not. Okay. Sorry, Alex, I didn't know you were in a meeting. Okay. Just deep breaths here. I don't know if I want to do something like that again. That's fair. Give it a break. Give yourself some breathing room. Yeah, I think this will do better. Okay, so we do big vines first. I also need to go shopping. My work partner is getting married. Oh, fun! And I am making a giant blanket for him and his fiance as a gift. That's a really nice gift. I did that for a friend, like one of my high school friends got married way back when, and I made a quilt. And I like embroidered her dog and like embroidered things that she loved and things that her new husband loved, and they loved it. They both really liked that gift. Blankets and quilts. That's where it's at. People love receiving them. Nobody ever, including me, wants to pay for them. That's the weird thing is people want them, but they don't ever want to buy them. It's only via gifts that people get quilts. That's my theory. To be fair, I don't want to pay for a quilt either. I saw a quilt at it wasn't a thrift store, it was like a market, like an outdoor market in Ottawa. And it was this lady who made quilts, and they were stunning, like spectacular. And I was just in awe. I wasn't gonna buy one because I make my own, but I was looking at them, and like the starting price, the lowest prices were like $160. And when you look at that, you go like, for a blanket, that's a lot. But if you've ever made a quilt, like $160 is like basically the person is stealing the quilt from you. That's how much work a quilt actually is. At least that's what it feels like. Oh, my poor plant. This plant got burned by a candle in the kitchen. Or by it wasn't a candle, I think it was a Scentsy. It got burned, it got too hot. Something near it burned the leaves. I've inherited so many quilts, I don't think I would ever want to buy one either. Yeah, I buy every single quilt that I see at a thrift store, because at a thrift store, whenever they're at a thrift store, they're always like stupid cheap. Like at the thrift store in my local town, hand crocheted blankets are like $1, and then quilts are like $3. And I mean, sometimes that price is different depending on who priced the items that day, because it's like a small town thrift store, so it's like priced by a couple of people, and whoever prices it the way that they value it, you know? But I purchase them because I know the amount of hours that went into it. It hurts me that it's being sold for $4 or $3. So I buy it out of like respect for the quilt. Like it's like out of respect for the quilt and the person who originally made it, I purchase it and I keep it clean, folded in my closet in a smoke-free not pet-free, but in a smoke-free home away from pets. Like it's like an honored thing for me. Like when I see a quilt it feels like it's being dishonored, being sold for $4, a homemade, handmade, grandma made this for the kid. Like you could, you know what I mean? You can kind of like feel out the scenario the quilt is from, or at least I think I can. When I see that, I feel like it was a dishonor to whoever made the quilt that this ended up in a thrift store, so I have to do something to bring honor back to it. Those break my heart, I understand. Sometimes you just need to downgrade, but I couldn't do it. Well, yeah, especially when they're like, Laura the handmade blanket rescuer. It kind of. Alex has had me come home from the thrift store with like a pile of blankets, and he's like, did we need, what's going on there? What'd you do that for? What? What? Don't bark at me. But I can't leave it. It feels like a sin, because I have this worry that someone who doesn't know the value of that quilt is going to buy it for $4 and then like use it as a dog bed, you know, or use it for a blanket for only when they're camping. Like obviously that's still good, it's getting used, but like the idea that like somebody, especially, oh god, I have a hand sewn quilt, like made by hand. Not only was it a handmade quilt, it was hand sewn. And like, that's weeks and weeks of work. And the idea that someone will go, oh, well, it looks like tattered, so it'll be a perfect blanket to put on the floor for the dog. Just heartbreaking. So that's why I have a closet full of somebody else's grandmother's quilts. And that's just fine with me. And I'm not gonna stop. Because we moved into a house with a linen closet, which I actually have, can you believe it? I have 2 linen closets. Up until now, I have lived in 1-bedroom apartments with Alex and our dog and our cat. 1-bedroom apartments. Our last apartment was like 700 square feet, maybe. It was small. It was a little apartment. There was no room, like we had 4 towels because there was nowhere to put them, so we couldn't get more towels. Now it's like, well, I still don't have many, well, I have quite a few now just because I end up getting them like at Christmas, because my mom is that mom. She's the mom that gets cloths and towels and all of the things for your house that you never want to buy but you do like having, you know? Like, it's like when you were little and socks were not a gift, they were like meh. It's like the opposite. Now I get socks and I'm like, good, I hate buying socks. Or good, I hate buying dishcloths. It feels like an annoying way to spend money. Like plant pots. It's an annoying way to spend money. I want to buy plants. I just need somewhere for them to go, so I have to buy plant pots. Okay, that's dirt all over the floor. Where will you go? You can live right here. You look nice here. So happy. Cool. Hopefully you all survive that violent transplant. I have so many pothos cuttings. My grandfather passed earlier this year. I took a blanket back that I made for him because I just needed to know it was safe. Well, yeah, I get that. Husband asked if I was planning to get him socks for his birthday or Christmas. Well, because he doesn't want to buy them. Nobody wants to have to do that job. Okay, well, the only time I can see enjoying getting new socks, like for myself, would be in the context of I'm buying handmade socks that somebody like knitted, you know? I did that one time. I got these socks from these two little preteen girls selling at a garage sale. They sold them to me. I think it was $2, but it was 2 pairs of hand knitted socks. And they were like, yeah, our grandma made them, but we don't wear them. And they were like brand new, like grandma gave them to them as a gift and they never used them. And I was just like, one day, children, one day you will shake your finger at your own youth. If I ever made someone a pair of frickin' socks knitted and they didn't wear them until they were dead, I would, I would not be a happy camper. Dear friends and family, if I have ever gifted you something that I worked very hard on, never ever tell me that you've disposed of it. I don't care if you do, but do not tell me, because then I will care that you did. My poor little heart couldn't take it. Okay, you guys can stay in here still. I'm still listening, crocheting along. Good, I'm glad. Well, welcome back. Hope you had a good shower. I took a bath yesterday, and I shaved my legs for the first time in, like, longer than I care to admit, but a bit. I buy fun socks from MeUndies. They're the best socks. Really? Is MeUndies actually a really good quality? I mean, I know they're sponsoring everybody, which makes me want them to sponsor me, MeUndies. Hello, I am a YouTuber. Look at me YouTubing right now. But I never actually have purchased from them yet. Maybe I should. Maybe then they'll sponsor me. Who's to say? See, it works everywhere. I'm telling you. Who's to say is the best. Plus, when you say who's to say out loud, sometimes maybe if you listen to Jack Johnson, your brain will go, who's to say what's impossible and can't be found? I don't want this feeling to go to waste. Do 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 do. You know that song? Please don't go away. Upside Down, that's what it's called. I'm gonna turn the whole thing upside down. Who's to say what's impossible and can't be found? You're good. I got my husband a subscription for the MeUndies Christmas last year, and he loves them. Yeah, do the underwear hold up well? How are the girls' underwear? Like, boys' underwear? What was that? Okay, it was just a leaf. I had like a, I thought that was a bug. Imagine that size. Because I'm in the market for new, like, daily driver underwear. Like, I have a lot of cute underwear, but I need, like, just, like, average, like, you know, average ones. I also want to get those period panties. I think that's neat. I think that was a great idea that I wish was around when I was, like, growing up, when asking someone for a pad in grade school was embarrassing. Imagine just having underwear that weren't going to destroy your life by saving you the embarrassment. Why was it embarrassing when we were young to ask for a pad? Who's to say? I wear men's undies because they're essentially shorts. Yeah, I've done it, like when I've done it, but it's not, for me it's not comfortable. I like having something fitted against my body. Like, I like those ones that are the seamless ones that are high waist. Like, I'm talking like the ones that You know the ones. I want to call them granny panties, but I don't want to be insulting to anybody who uses them and doesn't know that they're called that already. But yeah, like I prefer that. I find that to be much more comfortable for me. Like just, I like the support. I like having something, I like high-waisted. And it's not always what I wear. You know the other ones I'm really into right now? The like Kim Kardashian swimsuit. The ones that like cut way up high. So it's like on the side, it's like a string, but it's way up. Like the string is like basically here, and then it like comes down really low. I like how that feels on. Like that sort of thing is comfortable. And now that I'm almost 30, it's just, I don't need to be dressed in like La Senza, you know what I mean? It's been a while since that was a risk for me anyway. La Senza. Remember La Senza girl and La Senza? It's weird that they have like underwear stores for children, like La Senza girl, and they were like, oh no, we sell pajamas here too. And I'm like, why are you selling sexualized underwear to young children? Like when I was shopping at La Senza girl, I was a La Senza girl, like I was a little girl. So bizarre. Very bizarre. Humanity. So flawed. So beautiful and also just so flawed. I think this is dead. I think we lost you. Yeah, you're done. We gave you your shot and you failed. How about you? You failed too. How about you? Oh, you succeed. You may live. Anyway, I tried MeUndies once, but they kept going in my butt. See, I don't want that. I want full support. I don't, unless I'm wearing a thong, I don't want to wear a thong. You know what I'm saying? I don't want my undies in my butt. That's not for me. There's the title. See, how about VPNs? Have you guys tried VPNs? Alex? Can you hear me? Are you in a meeting? He can't hear me, but he's not saying he's in a meeting, so who's to say? But anyway, I wanted to say something that he could like poke in with. I don't know if we use a VPN. I think we do because Alex is a software engineer, which would say that we do, but I don't know. I don't know that sort of stuff, and I don't know if real people are using them on a daily. Like, you know, everybody's advertising like with their channels. First of all, I don't have any sponsorships. I'll just start there. I don't have any sponsorships at all, so anything I'm talking about is from just my opinion at this point with the knowledge I have. Let's start with that. But anyway, VPNs. All the YouTubers that I watch are all advertising VPNs lately, virtual private networks. So it's kind of like when you're, when you want to watch Netflix from England and you're not in England, you can switch so that your computer believes you're from England, so that Netflix.uk will let you watch their stuff. That's what a VPN will do, but it also like hides your information so that nobody's gonna steal your information. I mean, I'm not a software engineer. Alex does that for me. Point being, everybody's getting sponsored by them, but are real people using them yet? Like, I don't know. I don't know that information yet. I don't know how far we are. Why? Oh, I just planted in it. God freaking, what am I gonna do then? How are there so many freaking centipedes? Maybe it's all just the same centipede. Here. You go in there. For those of you that don't know, centipedes are predatory insects. They're not a danger to us. Centipedes are your friend. You want centipedes around. Centipedes mean, it's like having spiders. If you've got spiders, you won't have flies. If you have centipedes, you won't have crawling pests. When I want to feel all wrapped up like a superhero, I wear thunder pants. What are thunder pants? I'm guessing those ones that don't have the seam in them, the one that I like, that I was saying. It's just one big seamless beauty. Oh, he is in a call still, I can hear the other people talking. Oops. Hopefully they can't hear me talking. Probably not. He would have his mic off. He's a software engineer. He knows. I'm not worried. I have all of these small cuttings that are too small. I guess you'll have to go in a terrarium. They're too small to try and root them. Anyway. Sorry, I was just following up, seeing if I'm up to date on all the convo. And I am. Who should I try and get sponsored by? Who would you guys want to buy things from if I told you that they were worth buying things from? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to, I don't know. All of the edgy content that I watch, they're always sponsored by Adam and Eve, the sex toy company. And then there's a lot of people sponsored by that shampoo company. You know the one where it's like, we make it just for you. I don't remember what they're called, but you know the one, you know what I'm talking about. So a lot of people are sponsored by them. Did I leave the other one? Yeah, I did. So they either must be good or just they pay well. I don't know which one, because again, I'm not sponsored by anybody yet. With a hard yet. I'm going to be sponsored someday, guys. At some point, you're going to come on here and I'm going to say, don't forget to check out our sponsor. And then you're going to be like, wow, you've changed. Who's to say? Hopefully I'll get sponsored one day, but by who? Who would I want to sponsor me? Like, obviously anybody who gives me money, but I also have, you know, the whole, the world is on fire, we need to pick wisely who we associate with, that whole thing. So, anybody? You guys have any ideas on who I should seek out sponsorships from? I have a lot of water. Who needs water right now? Maybe you do. They're a New Zealand granny pants underwear company. They do have some seams though. I do really appreciate when plants don't have any seams. I like a good seamless panty. Panty. Ugh. I do not like that word. Panties. It sounds gross. Anyway. I think we're almost close. No, we're not. We're getting in the direction of the tables getting cleaner. That's a good sign. You could use some water. And you're right here, water, so that's all. Oh, I do have another plant pot. That's good. There. You can sit here, little philodendron Brazil. Okay, who should go in this itty bitty teeny tiny plant pot? Maybe you should, little, I think this is a Nanook. A Nanook, wandering Nanook, Tradescantia Nanook. I don't know, it's overpriced. It's the same as all the others, but for now it's priced counterintuitively because people want it. And that's how you price items, folks. Or, okay, so here's another thing. I would love to hear your feedback on this. Oh, there's 5 of us here. Hi guys. I moved my screen so I can see how many of us there are. Oh yeah, don't forget to like the video. Another centipede. What are you guys just making babies all the time? Like, don't you have anything else to do? Anyway, for those of you who are here, if you're in the chat and you're in the mood, gotta get the money though. Gotta get that money though. Well, yeah, but I also don't want to be like a bad person. I want to get that money, but I also want to like maintain all of the integrities. Lol. This is my integrity place. Look at all this integrity around me. What am I trying to say? Laura, pull it together. I'm trying to say, or alternatively, I could find a way to make money without getting sponsorships. So I've tried, I got really overwhelmed the last time, like that I got into that, like trying to sort out earning money, like through, I tried Patreon. I have a couple of patrons and I love that I have them. Hello, Claire. Hello, hold on. We've got Claire, we've got Dave on a Rave, we've got Lori. I'm pretty sure I'm down to 3 patrons right now. There might be a 4th that I'm forgetting, and if that's the case, I'm very sorry. But I tried getting into like advertising Patreon, but then I got really overwhelmed by, I want to say like the responsibility of it, which is not great because, you know, to be a YouTuber, you got to get over that. You got to just do it. and I know that, but it was hard, or at least it felt hard. Maybe it was just at the time. Maybe I was going through a little thing. Maybe whatever. I don't know what it was necessarily, but I think that, oh, you guys all have enough roots to get planted. I think that I need to figure something out. I mean, YouTube, to be completely transparent with you, YouTube is covering my bills now, like just the ads. But that's all I'm getting right now is just my ads. And like certain times I'm demonetized for, I have no idea what the reason is. Do I have any other plant pots around me? Can you see any other plant pots? Let me see through your eyes. No. Okay. Sorry, I just need a slightly bigger pot. But I don't want to go... Oh wait, okay, there. Anyway, what was I saying? I want to make money. YouTube is currently doing well enough right now for me to pay my bills. Like I can't have proper saving right now. Like I can save a little bit here and there, but right now I'm at the point where I can pay off the bills that I have, and also I'm not in debt. So YouTube's okay, it's good, it's doing okay. What I would like to do though is ramp up a little bit into something that is, I guess, a little bit more of a, like an income, so that, like right now Alex still makes quite a bit more money than me, obviously. Like he works a real, not that this isn't a real job, but I mean, you know what I mean. He works like a real government job and has like a pension, and our healthcare comes from him, like that sort of stuff, which is, again, fine. Thank you, Dina. Totally subscribe and share the video. And again, that's okay. I don't feel bad most of the time. Sometimes I get like, you know, deeply guilt feelings of being like, you are providing for our family, what am I doing? But I cover a good chunk of our bills. He covers a good chunk of our bills as well. And between the two of us, he's paying off his student debt and mine's done already. So, yeah, other ways that I can make money. Alex was saying that I could sell prints from my bullet journal. Get all the money you can. Thanks, Dina. Saying I should sell prints from my bullet journal because I have like videos of me drawing stuff and people like those. But like, I don't understand. I don't really understand, because it's like, I know that a lot of people support me. They support me by watching, asking people to buy things on my behalf to support me is different. That's a different group of people, and that's okay. And I know it's a different group of people, and I'm not offended that people wouldn't want to buy, because I have a lot of YouTubers. Oh no, she unfollowed, unsubscribed. She's not on Patreon anymore. But I know that I have people that like to just watch, and I'm happy with that. But I don't want to be doing the thing of, I don't like the feeling of always saying like, check me out on Patreon, check me out on here, check me out on there. Like, I don't love how that feels. I like the organic growth of YouTube, where now I'm making enough money to pay my bills on YouTube, but I didn't have to do a lot of, or it didn't feel like I had to do a lot of convincing for that to happen. And it's not that I need to convince people, I don't want people to feel like like they owe me anything, like when I say, like, I don't know, but I also don't want to feel like I owe people things. And that's the problem with Patreon, is that you promise to provide something each month. Do you know what I mean? And that can be okay, like a shout out in a video, I can do that on the ends of my videos, but like the idea of like sending out physical items to people, I find that overwhelming. That's the truth. I want to do it. I want to send people treats, and I want to send giveaway things, but for me, I find it really overwhelming. So I don't know how to get around that. And like, I'm not making enough money to hire anybody to do social media yet. That's not where I'm at. However, the moment I could, I don't want to do social media the same way that I have to, because this is a business. It doesn't make me feel good to do social media, you know? Like uploading on Instagram and Facebook. Facebook maybe a little bit, because Facebook has a lot of women between the ages of 35 and 70, and women between the ages of 35 and 70 tend to respond and like talk more. Like they'll leave comments and they'll leave feedback and things like that. Like most of my kind comments are from women between the ages of 35 and 64. It's just what my audience seems to be, which is totally okay with me, because that seems to be who I get along the best with anyway. But on the social, just dirt, on the social media platforms where people my age are, they're not really, I don't get a lot of, like, I don't feel like it, I don't know, I don't feel like it gives me anything back. Do you sell your patterns? Some of them. I do sell some of them, Brittany. And Etsy is my, I would say, my number 2 income thing. YouTube is currently my number 1 income thing, which has been awesome. Thank you for those of you who subscribe. And oh God, for those of you who are watching this after the fact, if you even watched one of the mid-roll ads, I love you. I know it's a lot. Mid-roll ads are kind of a pain. But I appreciate that you let them play, because I get 0.0046 of a penny for an ad, or is it for 1,000 ads? That's beside the point. The point is I appreciate that you're here, but I also understand if people skip ads, because like nobody wants to watch a, you know what I mean? Nobody wants to watch a whole bunch of ads. If you're watching a video that's like 2 hours long, you don't want to have an ad every 10 minutes. It's annoying. But I also don't know how to turn that off, so if that's what's happening right now, I'm really sorry. Weren't you doing a coloring book at one time? Indeed I was. I got started on a lot of things, and I kind of fell off the wagon a little bit. Mentally I've been okay, but I haven't physically been able to perform the tasks that I had mentally prepared to perform. Does that make sense? I feel like I needed a break again already. I know I had a break earlier, but I think I overdid it, putting a lot of expectations on myself. Like, I took everybody's suggestions way back when, but the problem with that is that I didn't think about how it was going to feel for me to take every suggestion. And on the outside, I was doing okay. And on the inside, I thought I was doing okay, but I was having a really hard time completing tasks, like harder than it should have been, which tells me it was out of the ordinary. It wasn't like, oh, this is hard for me, I should stop. It was like, this shouldn't be hard for me and didn't used to be hard for me. So what's going on? So yes, a coloring book, that's on the line too, but the problem is now every idea that's a good idea tends to include my wrists, you know? Knit, purl, and squirrel, Granny D does something with bracelets and gets a cut from it. Oh, that's cool. Like with a company, or what do you mean she does something with bracelets? Sorry, I'm just tearing apart my little string of turtles here and putting it into a shallow container to see if I can get it to root. Wouldn't that be nice? The blue jays are screaming. That means there's a hawk in the backyard. The blue jays protect my chickens. I don't think they mean to, but they warn the chickens when the hawks are nearby, and then the chickens all go under a tree. Knock on wood, I haven't had any chickens lost to hawks yet. Shouldn't have said it. Greenfinger, Laura, and Club. Hey there, Dave. Nice to see you this morning. I just mentioned your name a minute ago. I was talking about Patreon and how I was so excited to get started with Patreon a little while ago, and that's when you joined. I was like every video I'd be like, check out my Patreon, check out links in the description, buy my art. I have a Redbubble, buy my art on Redbubble, buy my things on Etsy, send me money. That's basically what I was like doing, and I got a little burnout, but I did get a few patrons from doing that. So I mean, it's like a good and bad thing. I got overwhelmed. I did benefit, but I did get overwhelmed. I'm just shoving cuttings into different terrariums right now. You came on a fun time, Dave. I've just been doing terrarium work. Check out these nails. How do you like them? In my head, Dave, I don't know if this is true or not. In my head, I've just developed a I don't even know if I should say it. It might be rude. It's not meant to be rude. It's meant to be funny, but I also don't want to make you feel any kind of way that isn't kind. So maybe I won't say it. Maybe I'll just say it to you in the... I'll message you on Patreon, because since you're a patron, you have a private access via Patreon. Join my Patreon, where you get not anything, but you get access to me that you already had via Instagram. I don't know. I'm not really good at this yet. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna end up being so social media savvy eventually, you guys. And it won't hurt me either. I'll be able to do it without hurting myself, which is great. I mean emotionally. Hold on. Can I put it out there that Laura was very supportive to me via Patreon messaging during a rough couple of weeks in June? Thanks, Dave. Oh, I'm glad. Love those nails. Say it, Laura. I'm not easily shocked. I was going to say you have a fetish for fingernails. Fingernail fetish. I'll come up close to the camera with my dirty fingers. Oh, God. Oh, gosh. I'm not easily shocked. I can't imagine anyone can be easily shocked right now. If you're easily shocked, it's not a good world to be living in. Like our world currently, because the world is just one shock after another, after another. I need a terrarium to put this in, but I don't know which one. I feel like he'll do best in this humid one down here. But I was just joking, Dave. Just so you know, I wasn't actually trying to be mean. Just a jest. Hi, Thunder. Thunder does not like all this activity. He doesn't like when I'm moving stuff around. I look after my own, you know. Gosh, okay. So, what is crawling on me? Oh, nothing, just hair. Now we've got all this mess, which is so fun. Why did I wear white? I forget the name of the bracelet company, but anyone that has sends them gets a discount and gets something from it. Oh, cool. That's neat. Oh, right. This is what I wanted to talk about. I got off topic. But I do my own nails and get them professionally done before interviews or dates. You definitely are doing the right thing. Can you just advise all, actually all people, but honestly, I'm not trying to be a hater or anything, but men tend to not do as well keeping their hands looking cute, and like girls do. Not that that's a hard and fast rule or anything, but the fact that you get your nails professionally done before a date is mint. That is exactly what you should do. You know what girls look at on a first date? They look at your smile, they look at your eyes. Those are the things that you can't really control. The things you can control are your cleanliness and the neatness. So if you're clean and neat, you're like 11 levels more attractive than if you're not clean and neat. Like if you put your shirt on and you leave the top button undone because you think you're cool, on the first date, honestly, do it up. Do it up. I bet you'll have a better result. Just look neat and clean. Unless, I mean, that's me. That being said, I'm also, like, I'm probably biased. When I met Alex, he was, like, the preppiest prepster of all the preps. Like, he was very Euro trash. He wore, like, fitted shorts, like, fitted dressier shorts, and then, like, a golf shirt or, like, a collared shirt with the buttons, and he'd have the buttons done up, like, on a golf shirt. And who knew? That's my thing. To be honest though, every change Alex has undergone in his appearance has become my thing. You should have seen him when he had blue hair. He had a blue hair long enough that it was in a ponytail. Now, if I were to see that on him, I'd probably laugh. When he had it, I thought he was the hottest thing. Do you girls look at bellies? No, not particularly. Although I will say, before Alex, I never looked at bums either, but now I can acknowledge a good bum on a boy. Or thighs. Maybe that's not the actual bum. It's thighs. I like a good toned thigh. No, tummies are so not a deal breaker at all. Honestly, I think guys have it easier in the way that I don't think fat is a deal breaker, like for girls. Or at least here I am speaking on behalf of all girls. I represent women. Alex is just your thing. Is he? Oh no. Yeah, well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've dated a bad boy here and there. I say dated because I never was boyfriend and girlfriend with a bad boy. But he was a man. The man I was dating before I met Alex was like black leather jacket, black jeans. He had a red motorcycle. I went on his red motorcycle. And he took me to the Tulip Festival in Ottawa. And I would love to tell you his name, but I don't remember it because it was very soon after that I met Alex, and all my dreams came true. Did you know that, Alex? He can't hear me still. Doesn't matter. Point being, I've dated a bad boy, and don't get me wrong, I've dated like a good emo. Ugh, I love me a good goth. Okay, I guess that's not true. Neat and clean. You don't need to be in a preppy outfit, but neat and clean. Like, if you're clean and you're neat, you don't have like visible cat hair all over you. You know? Lint roll it, people. Anyway, Alex is just your thing. I thought women objectified men less than vice versa. I don't think so. I'm sure women. Sorry. I'm reading older things. Oh, I see. Getting off work and heading home. Have a great evening, everyone. You too, Brittany. Have a great rest of your day. Poor Harley Davidson. Yeah, that could be his name. Harley Davidson. Yeah, well, no, it was irresponsible of me to get on that motorcycle. It's something I will not ever tell my father that I did, because I got on a motorcycle for a first date, I got on a motorcycle with an adult man. I was 18, and he was not 18. He was much older than me. I got on a motorcycle with an adult man. He picked me up at now I honestly can't even, I would never do that. Like 18-year-old Laura let a man that she hadn't met before, I met him online, like for dating, come to my home, pick me up on a motorcycle, take me to a bar in Quebec, a different province. Like it was only 15 minutes away because I lived in Ottawa, which is Ontario, but like right by the border. Took me to a bar, had a beer. He was driving a motorcycle. I didn't drink. I drank a beer. He drank a beer. And then we went on a second date even with an awful kiss. Sorry if he ever watches this. It was awkward. I'm pretty sure he smoked cigarettes, which I didn't do and don't do, so for me it was not good. But anyway, part of normal growing up. Well, I didn't get hurt, thank goodness, but on that motorcycle I was wearing like a joke leather jacket. Not like a girl's pleather jacket for cute, not for safe. There was no safe, and I was wearing a dress. Idiot. I honestly can't even imagine having children because the things that I did when I was young and thought I was invincible were dangerous. Like getting on a motorcycle with someone you don't know, I would not do that. It's the best way we educate ourselves, by occasionally being a tad vulnerable. Well, I guess so, because it was like I got home from that date and I was like, oh, that's a date I can never ever talk about again. Nothing happened. It was like very lackluster. It was like one of those where like afterwards I don't remember what his face looks like, because it didn't matter that we even hung out. Sorry to that person again. I'm sure he's a nice guy. We just didn't click. Ew, I remember going on a date with somebody named Kyle. The only reason I'm giving you that information is because my older brother's name is Kyle, and in his pictures I thought he was really cute. This is when I had broken up with my like high school boyfriend and I was casually dating in university, and I was introducing myself into online dating. So I met Alex like IRL, but I was dating online dating before I met Alex. Anyway, I was like, I can get past the fact that his name is the same name as my brother. I can get past it. It's gonna be okay. He looked just like my brother in real life, and halfway through the date, he's like all up into it, and I was like, I'm not gonna lie. You seem really nice, but I'm gonna leave now. And he was like, oh no, I thought we were really hitting it off. And I was like, your name is Kyle and so is my brother's. And he was like, you already told me that. That's so funny. And I was like, no, no, no. You look like my brother. And he was like, oh, I probably do. I literally pulled my phone out and showed him a photo because I was just like, you really do look like my brother. I can't even pretend that you don't look like my brother. Ugh. It's the best way to educate ourselves by occasionally being vulnerable. Dave says, Laura, I'm more appalled by your cute leather jacket and dress combo than the dangers of a motorbike. What? I looked cute. I looked nice in a little leather I used to dress like a 1950s housewife when I was already working at the place where Alex worked, which means I knew Alex. Here's the crazy thing. Alex was going through his motorcycle certification and testing, and he was talking to me about it, and I was like, oh, I have a leather jacket, and Alex, we were like casually talking at work, and he was like, oh yeah, do you? And I was like, yeah, it's in the break room, and I showed it to him, and he was like, that's not a leather jacket, that is not road safe, don't go on a motorcycle wearing that. My Alex today told me this before I went on a date with a different person, wearing the leather jacket. It wasn't leather. It was like, it wasn't leather. Danger, danger, let me tell you. Anyway, so he was looking out for my safety before he even knew that his job for the rest of his life was going to be to look out for my safety. Yep. Little did he know how spastic I really am. CJ?
Do you know what the meeting is about tomorrow?
What are you doing?
It's about those documents or something.
What? Sorry, my cat's standing in the dustpan. Which is different. Please don't pee in that. CJ's losing his mind, unfortunately.
So I don't...
Okay, good, he didn't. My cat's losing it. He's just starting to pee wherever he wants. He'll like get into things. Yes, he's a gentleman, and he always has been. Even right when we started dating, he was, well, even before we started dating, he was very polite. He's always been a very polite guy. He's a nice one. How's CJ these days? He's doing all right health-wise, but he's definitely aging out of, he's senile. He's all right. Sorry, I'm just following him because he's been causing trouble, looking for spots to use the bathroom. You need to go pee? You forget where your pee pad? Not your pee pad, your kitty litter is? He's right here. I'll be right back. I'm just going to bring him downstairs so he knows where his litter box is.
Yeah, so I finished that course today. It was giving me some issues, so that's why it took some time, but I fixed it. So now the next step is on our development.
It's a little chilly in here now. Ooh, what's tea doing? Wow, everyone's still here. I went out and got some pepperoni pizza. That's awesome. Yes, well, I'm still here because I'm just having a nice time. It's nice to hang out. Because I know it's been how many hours? Oh my god, it's been several hours that we've been together. But that's just because I would have been doing this anyway. No, it's not. I like hanging out with you. I think that's it for that. This will go in my pile of dirt. There's dirt all over my floor, by the way. The bug just went across the camera. Yes, we've got a co-host today, Dave. It is a fly, and it has been consistently walking across the camera. Can I tell you something? A little bit TMI, and maybe it's not TMI, it's just like, you know, like your family would be like, I don't know if you should say that on the internet. I stopped taking my antidepressants like a month ago, and my other things, like all my ADD stuff, I just stopped because I was stupid. and I started taking them again yesterday, and it's given me heart palpitations. Like, I'm telling you, I can feel it. I know that that's what's causing it. And it's not because I'm worried that it would cause that. Again, could you not? Are you, like, this fly. I apologize for the fly, especially if you're wearing headphones. Anyway, yeah, so now I'm having, like, heart palpitations that feel like, kind of like anxiety, but it's not. Like, I can tell it's not the same as when I'm anxious. It's not ideal, though. It doesn't feel good. Feels... How many centipedes live in my house? Too many. I think that's all the things. I think we've repotted everything that needs to be repotted. How is this even growing? It's not even... Sorry. My poor plant. Anyway, I don't know. I'm okay. I just recognized that I stopped taking them thinking everything was all good, but now I know that, like, winter's coming. So, I need to prepare for it. It's probably going to be a rough one with all the Rona flying around. We've literally been streaming since 10 a.m. I just want you to know it's 2:30 p.m. Alex is going to be like, "You're still on stream? He's almost done work." I'll be like, "Baby, I'm never done streaming." This has been fun. I think that's good. I think we did all the things. What do you think? You think we're good? I have a big mess to clean up now. Take a bath with salt and lavender. That's a good idea, I think. Anyway, but as I said to Frida the other day, it's a win-win that you're open about the things that are suppressing them. Oh yeah, totally. Suppressing them is bad for your health. Plus, like, I've cried on this stream far too many times. You guys already know. Like, oh, you have depression? Wow, that's new news. Oh no, you are an anxious person? That's also new news. Neither of those are new, so I can just be honest. Also, the nice thing about online is that very few people that know me in real life follow me online. So I can just say things and they don't go anywhere because they only go to you guys, and you're not like, I shouldn't give you ideas, but like my family is not interested in me saying things to the internet, so I can hear my neighbor doing construction work. Anyway, I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go because that fly, that's not the reason, but I don't know why he's so interested in crossing the camera. Anyway, it's one fly, just so you know. You're human, Laura. Sometimes I'm more than human. Anyway, I'm gonna go play with my chickens. I'm gonna clean up my mess. I'm going to make something to eat. Aw, thank you. And I will, I don't know, try and figure out a way to make money on the internet without doing anything questionable, without that fly. I don't know what it is. Everyone here is a gorgeous human, that's for sure. Your friends and family don't... Oh no, they support me. They just don't care. Like, I mean, none of them are watching this. None of them will watch this. I don't know that they really understand that I get paid to do it. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Yes, they support me. But, like, none of my friends watch my channel. None of my outside of the YouTube internet people, like none of the people that I hang out with in real life watch any of my videos. They have watched a video, or they would watch a video if I ask them to, but it's just not, nobody in my life is interested in the things that I'm interested in, which is how do you have friends that don't like the things you like? I recently have a few friends that are into plants now, which is great. But for the most part, it's like we have very different hobbies. We just like each other, you know? So that's okay to me. I don't mind. I do love having someone that I can say, look at this pot I made a pot. That's you guys. You guys are the ones that I get to be excited about the things that I like and show off the things that I like that I'm excited about. My in real life friends and family, I don't know that they get it. I don't know how much my family really thinks about what I do, you know? You'd be so, wait, if you knew how seldom people, you wouldn't worry so much about what people think if you knew how seldom, you wouldn't worry what people think about you if you knew how seldom they did, you know? So I don't know, I think I overthink how much my family considers what I do. I like to hope that they think I'm an artist, but I don't know what they really think of my life choices as of yet. Although they can't really be mad. I went to school, I got a degree. From here on out, I'm just figuring it out like everybody else, right? So, anywho, I'm hungry now. No wonder I'm hungry. It's been all day that we've been hanging out. I might do this again, not tomorrow, but maybe again in like, I might do little pop-up live streams like this. Wow, look at all of the plants around me right now, for real. Tell Alex to come co-host. No, he's at work still, Dina. I mean, he is literally right below me, but he's at work. Fly is about to cross. Fly crossed. Fly has crossed. Anyway, I love you guys. I really appreciate having you hang out with me today. If you don't mind, hit the like button. If you're feeling sassy, leave a comment because I just streamed literally all day. And I would love the engagement of that because realistically my view time is going to be like fairly short in comparison to how long the video is. Not that I'm... Anyway, like the video, leave a comment if you're feeling sassy. If you're not, no problem. But I will be back. I'll be back Tuesday with an edited video. I'll be back Wednesday with another stream, and if I feel so inclined, I may be back with another stream if I have something else to do that I think that you might enjoy me doing with you. So, have a good rest of your week. Let me... And have a happy weekend. And just pretend that my hair doesn't look the way that it does. Okay, love you, bye!